Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests, and I feel free to say dear friends. It's time to start with opening ceremony of the 5th International Conference of Future Access Enablers of Ubiquitous and Intelligent Infrastructure under umbrella of European Alliance for Innovation. For start, I will provide you with just few information about previous conference. So like you can see on the screen, from screen capture from previous conference website, you can see that the first conference was held in Ohrid, Republic of Macedonia, second one Belgrade, Serbia, then Bucharest, Romania, after that Sofia, Bulgaria, and finally for this year we wanted to provide a great experience to the conference participants in the great place Zagreb, Croatia. But to the great regard of all these involved in the organization of this year conference, we concluded that we must take into account the new normal circumstances in our lives caused by the COVID virus and move the conference in the virtual environment. Just few information about speaker. My name is Dragan Peraković. I'm General Chair of this conference. I am University Professor from University of Zagreb, Faculty of Transport and Traffic Science. I'm Head of Department for Information and Communication Traffic, and I'm Chair of Information and Communication System and Service Management. Additionally, I'm President of the Croatian Chamber of Transport Engineers and Innovative FET Association from Croatia. I would like to introduce to the main organizer and the partners of the conference. Like I said before, this conference is under the umbrella of European Alliance for Innovation with great cooperation with two partners from Croatia, all from Zagreb. I mentioned it before, it is the Association for Promoting Innovative Technologies, Innovative FET, and Department for Information Communication Traffic from Faculty of Transport and Traffic Science, University of Zagreb. Additionally, we have strong support from Springer, so proceedings from conference will be published by them. Follow up previous great experience and quality of cooperation, we have great opportunity to publish some best follow-up papers in the Springer Journal, Web of Science Journal, Mobile Network and Application, MONET Journal, or MDPI Journal Information in Web of Science 2. We have opportunity to publish some papers in EAI Springer Fast Track Edition journals, and finally in book series. So, for the conclusion of this side, this conference offers to authors excellent opportunity to publish the results of their research. Just a few words about steering committee, general chairs, and technical program committee chair members. Many thanks to Prof. Imrich from Italy and EAI for opportunity to me and Lucia Knapčíková to be part of the steering committee of this great conference. On this side, you can find just names of the chair members. So many thanks to Lucia Knapčíková, Goran Marković, Marko Periša, Marko Kristić, Anka Jurkut, and Bri Gupta. Thanks for any help and any idea. I would like also to thank all the members on the organizing and program committee too. All these who provide technical support, but also to all people who in any way improve this conference in better level. Only teamwork and a small network of great people can prepare such as good conference like this one. Thank you all. Just few information about numbers in this conference. So conference will provide 2 keynotes in program. You can see that we receive really good number of the paper and we accept only half of them. Thanks to all reviewers for free review for each submitted paper. We really appreciate the effort in review process. It's not easy task. It's very, very powerful. In conference 2-day program, we have 30 papers from authors from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Germany, India, Ireland, Italy, Kenya, Malaysia, Pakistan, Republic of Macedonia, Serbia, Slovakia, and USA. So you can see that we have very, very strong international collaboration in this conference. For then, congrats to all. And for the end of my opening presentation, just a few words about keynotes. So we have two keynotes. First will be Kim-Kwang, Raymond, Choo, with title Securing Our Cyber Future, Challenges and Opportunity. Professor Raymond comes from University of Texas of San Antonio, USA. And later, second presentation will be provided by Aleksandar Jevremovic from Faculty of Informatics and Computing and Singapore University from Belgrade, Serbia. His guest lecture at Harvard University, Cambridge, USA. Title will be Intelligent Infrastructure, Performance and Reliability Aspects. So, thank you for attention and feel free to enjoy in 2-day full programs on this conference, but unfortunately in cyberspace. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the 5th edition of EAI Fabulous Conference. My name is Natasha Onofre and I am the conference manager of this long-awaited event. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we're not able to meet each other in person, so I'm taking this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors, and our online audience on behalf of the European Alliance for Innovation. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for being part of this conference. Above all, I would like to express my gratitude to the General Chairs Dragan Peraković and Lucia Knapčíková for their excellent work in organizing a successful conference in these difficult times. The conference material will be streamed in YouTube with the simultaneous Q&A in Slack. During this streaming, you can actively participate in a few ways. Firstly, you can take part in the discussion on Slack by following the link below this video. Upon accessing the fabulous workspace, you will be able to pose questions and chat with the authors in the channel entitled Discussion. Secondly, in EAI Compass, you can upvote your favorite presentations and leave your fellow researchers feedback on their work. In a few moments, we will explain in more detail how to access the EAI Compass and how to leave and receive feedback for presentations in the conference. Before that, I'm very glad to be able to announce that the next edition of EAI Fabulous will take place in May 2022 in Zagreb, Croatia. I invite all of you to participate in our 2022 edition by submitting papers, by organizing a workshop, or by joining the Technical Program Committee. At EAI, we are constantly striving to promote innovative research in the field of information and communication technology, so if you have an idea for a conference, a workshop, or you would like to collaborate with us in any other way, please email me at the address below. Thank you all for your attention and enjoy the conference!
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The three services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course. And all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI Index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work in progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Good day, everyone. My presentation today will be on IoT security and forensics, challenges and opportunities. First of all, before I start, I would like to thank the conference organizers for the opportunity to present this topic to you. Today's presentation will be high level, so basically I'll be going over some of the challenges or some of the opportunities for IoT security and forensics. It's more likely that you may walk away with more questions than answers in this presentation, and that's actually the aim of this presentation, because it's not meant to be a narrowly focused presentation. Rather, I'm hoping to actually generate some discussion, even though it may be hard to do so in the online environment. But I'm hoping to generate some discussion that you can bring offline to actually think about some of our challenges further, and hopefully generate some collaboration out of this. So some of the things that I'll be discussing today will be, what are IoT devices and systems? Why are we interested in IoT security and forensics? And what are some of the challenges and research opportunities? I'm sure this statement will not come as a surprise to many of you. Today, tomorrow, and definitely the future will be cyber everything. It used to be internet everything, but now it's cyber everything. In fact, some of you may have also come across this terminology, cyberization, which is basically the process of forming a new cyber world and transforming our current physical, social, and mental worlds into novel cyber combined worlds. So it's not just one world, it's many different cyber combined worlds comprising cyber, physical, and mental into all these mishmash worlds. And many of these worlds will actually comprise a broad range of IoT devices. And in this case, I'm using IoT very broadly. For example, think of this, 5 to 10 years ago, cloud computing is very new. Cloud, fog, or even edge computing is fairly new. But these days it's old news, because if you just do a Google Scholar search, you can find thousands, if not tens of thousands of papers on cloud computing alone. And these days it's the most cyber or internet of everything. For example, whether it's in your commercial applications, your home, your office, even in the military context, like there's Internet of Battlefield or military things, and also in other adversary contexts. So what are IoT devices and systems? And again, IoT device is somewhat mature at the time of this presentation. So I think many of us will have different definitions or have a good understanding of the IoT devices and systems. But broadly speaking, we can categorize IoT devices into a number of different types. For example, we can have consumer IoT devices, such as devices that are found at your home, your offices, like Amazon Echo, Ring cameras, smart TVs, and so on. You also have medical IoT devices or Internet of Medical Things. We also have industry IoT devices, such as industry control system, your SCADA that's connected to internet, or your IoT robots. Your vehicle IoT, for example, your unmanned vehicles, your drones, your autonomous vehicles, and also battlefield and military IoT, also referred to as Internet of Battlefield or military things in the literature. Another way to categorize IoT devices is IoT devices around us. For example, most of our consumer IoT devices, including your drones, your driverless vehicles, they are around us. We can also categorize IoT devices into devices that are actually in us. For example, your medical devices, such as your embedded medical devices, your pacemaker. Also, IoT devices on us. These are very common. For example, your wearable devices, your Fitbit, for example, your mobile device, and others that you can carry on us. So remember in the earlier slide, I have a category on IOBT, which is military, or IOMT. IOBT is battlefield and IOMT is military. So basically, it is a combination of civilian IoT, whether it's your home or office, basically your consumer, as well as dedicated internet-connected battlefield and military things. So it's a combination of civilian IoT, consumer IoT, as well as your dedicated military IoT. So IOBT and IOMT, their main purpose is to come together they are actually, for example, as you can see on the slide, this is actually an image sourced from US Army Research Lab. So you have wearable device, you have IoT robots, you have sensors, you have weapons, which may or may not be internet connected, and then you also have your vehicles. So all these come together to perform a function. In this case, it's command and control or battlefield services. But there are some challenges. They are somewhat specific to IOBT. They are not commonly found in other consumer IoT deployments. For example, those are highlighted in red. In most IOBT missions, they are diverse and dynamic. It's real time, and most of them are real time. That requires a rapid composition or deployment, and it's and most of these devices are actually deployed in adversary network. So in this case, we have assume a zero trust environment. And again, zero trust may be a terminology that some of you will be quite familiar with. So we assume that no devices or no communication can be trusted. So in this case, there's actually a very challenging issue on how to secure your communications in such a zero trust environment. And also medical IoT devices. Many of these IoT devices, the risk or the attack vectors are not due to cyber attacks or malicious cyber activities. In some cases, it's actually due to operational activities. For example, your medical devices, what happened if the medical devices were actually booted after patches were applied in the middle of a surgical operation? Because remember, usually people who are manning the IoT devices, they belong to the OT, the operation technology team, rather than the cybersecurity team. So to them, it's just an IP address or a device. Most of the OT team, they will not have visibility into what type of device is this, whether this device is being used and in what context. So if they're applying patch, for example, say midnight, at a certain time of the day, they apply patch, and this device happened to be used in the middle of a surgical or a surgery, and it reboot itself. So what are the implications? So in this case, for example, when the surgery goes wrong, who is legally and financially liable, especially when someone is seriously injured or there's fatalities involved? Not just medical devices, but in general for IoT devices. If an attack happens due to some vulnerabilities in the IoT device, and because of this vulnerability or this attack, the company or the organization suffers massive losses, financial losses or legal implications. So who's going to be liable in this case? Is it going to be the device manufacturer, the OT, the operation technology team, or the cybersecurity team, the insurance, or do we go after the attackers if we can even identify them in the first place? But what if the incident happened because of a non-cybersecurity incident? For example, you are just your application of a firmware patch that leads to oxygen being cut off from the patient. So in this case, who's going to be liable? Is it the hospital? And if so, is it the organization per se, or is it the C-level executive, or is it the OT and cybersecurity team, or the insurance? And again, these are questions that we may not have an answer to at this stage. So why do we need to understand cybersecurity, especially when it comes to offensive cybersecurity? I'm sure many of you in the audience have heard of Benjamin Franklin. He has said many things. I think one of his famous quote is, "Everything in this world is said to be certain except for death and taxes." I'm sure if we add cyber attacks or malicious cyber activities to this statement, it's true, right? Any one of you disagree? And also, another quote from Sun Tzu is, "To know your enemy, you must become your own enemy." So that's why, to me, I firmly believe that to be a good cyber defender, you also have to be a good cyber attacker. At least you have to understand how attackers behave, how they carry out the various malicious cyber activities, so that you can actually better design your system. And at the same time, you need to be able to do investigation. For example, when something happens, how do you know? Are you able to investigate and understand what happened? For example, how was the system compromised? When was it compromised? How did the attacker get in? Who the attacker was and were? And what did they do? What did the attackers do on the system, and so on? So these are a range of questions that need to be answered. Hence the importance of IoT forensics or incident response. However, if you look at IoT security and IoT forensics, these two terms, they tend to go hand in hand. Similar to security and privacy, they kind of go hand in hand, but they are not quite the same. They are overlaps. So similarly for IoT security and IoT forensics, they are somewhat similar, but they don't. There are some minor overlaps, but they are not quite the same concept. In fact, IoT forensics is a terminology, or is a field that's very understudied. For example, this is a Google Scholar search that I did a while ago. Just compare, if I search for IoT security, I have almost 20,000 results. I'm sure now if you search for this terminology, you have more than 20,000 results. Whereas IoT forensics, search on the same day, around the same time, there's less than 500 results. So this in itself can tell you that this is actually a very understudied research area. And increasingly, the thing is, why are we interested in IoT security or forensics? Because increasingly moving forward, because of the digitalization of our society, a lot of things around us, especially will comprise of IoT devices, and these will be the target of malicious cyber attacks. Why? Because they contain our data, because they control our life. Basically, they are connected to us, and they can be used to attack us physically. I'm not sure how many of you have watched Fast and Furious 8, which is a few years old now. So in this particular scene, the vehicles, the driverless vehicles or the smart vehicles, there were actually vulnerabilities that were actually be identified and exploited by the terrorists. And because of this, the terrorists actually took over control of these vehicles and caused them to crash. Think about it. I'm sure you have come across videos on YouTube or other research papers that have actually identified vulnerabilities that may be remotely exploited. So just think about it. If a terrorist, instead of getting behind the wheels, like what we have seen in a number of incidents in Europe, in a few European countries last year and the year before, instead of them getting behind the wheels, what if they actually identify vulnerabilities in these vehicles and then exploit them successfully and organize and carry out an organized attack, causing them to crash into places of mass gathering at a certain time? Could that happen? Maybe. So increasingly moving forward, it's not just about driverless vehicle, but also about drones. Anything that can be controlled, that can move, whether it's your drones, your underwater vehicles, or your Tesla and so on. And again, the cyber attacks. In most cases, the attacks will not just be in the cyberspace, but it will actually be branded in the sense that these cyber attacks are going to be concurrent with physical attacks in order to maximize impact. For example, in addition to carrying out the attacks, using the vehicles, the attackers can also try to attack the communication system, the emergency response system like your 911, and other supporting infrastructure in order to maximize the impact of the attack. And I'm sure this is no surprise to you. Cyber threats are increasingly important and relevant to both developed and developing economies, but there are a number of challenges that still remain, whether it's your typical IoT or your network systems. For example, how do we accurately attribute the source of a cyber attack involving or targeting IoT devices? And how can we determine whether this attack is criminal, including espionage, or an act of cyber war? Now, the question is, why do we care whether it's criminal or cyber war? Because our devices are being attacked, our data is being stolen. Because, it's important to make a distinction is because the protocol to respond is different. So think about it. If it's criminal, most likely it's going to be, the responding or the responsible agency will be your law enforcement, your FBI or similar or equivalent in your country. Whereas when it comes to cyber war, it most likely is going to be your national security agencies or your military. So the protocol will be different as well. And most of these IoT systems are not designed with security in mind. So this is a study that we done a while ago now with my colleagues here at UTSA. So basically, we were trying to identify in the wild. We were trying to identify how many potentially vulnerable devices, IoT devices in this case, are out there in the wild. So we did a study. We scanned the environment, and we actually identified more than 120,000 internet-scale exploited IoT devices. And some of these vulnerable devices, are actually operating in critical infrastructure sectors, which means it can be your water, your grid, your financial sector, and so on. These are critical infrastructure sectors. And we also infer 140 large-scale IoT-centric probing campaigns as well, including a very large infer coordinator campaign consisting of more than 50,000 IoT devices. And this is concerning. And of course, this is just scraping the surface because we only did a very passive scan. We did not go into more depth because, again, when it comes to doing cybersecurity research, we have to be careful that we do not break the law when we are doing research. So in most cases, this is only a tip of the iceberg, so to speak. In actual fact, there are way more vulnerable IoT devices that you can exploit. I'm not sure how many of you are actually familiar with Shodan. This is a search engine. And if you do a search for Shodan, you can find there are a lot of vulnerable IoT devices out there that can be easily exploited. And these IoT devices can be found in your home, your office, or even in these critical infrastructure sectors. Security versus vulnerabilities. Well, to me, I think this is a double-edged sword and somewhat controversial in a sense. So, for example, as a cybersecurity professional, we want to secure our device. We want to design the best or the strongest or the most powerful encryption algorithm or security mechanism that can prevent unauthorized access to your devices and your data. But when it comes to forensic, it's somewhat we are approaching this issue from a different perspective. We want to get access to data in the case of an investigation. But the thing is, if a device of a suspect is very secure, now how do I actually get access to the suspect's data if it's so secure that there's no way for me to break it? So in this case, vulnerability in this context is double-edged sword because for in many of the forensic investigation, we may have to rely on vulnerabilities in the sense that we have to identify the vulnerabilities and exploit them in order to circumvent the security measures that are in place on the device or the system in order to get access to the suspect's data. So, for example, in this particular work, which has been accepted in IEEE TDSE. So basically, we use deep learning to actually design a fuzzing-based approach to actually fuzz for vulnerabilities. Some of you in the audience may be familiar with fuzzing. So basically, this is a technique that many security teams actually use to fuzz for vulnerabilities. So basically, we in this context, we actually design our fuzzing methods using deep learning, and we actually evaluate the utility of our fuzzer on real-world devices. So we were actually able to identify 9 previously unknown vulnerabilities, including flaws that can lead to denial of service or system crash in the commercial middleware from Huawei. Now, the question is, from a forensic perspective, can some of these vulnerabilities be utilized to facilitate data acquisition in IoT forensics? Yes, possibly, depending on what type of vulnerabilities that you can find. But the question is this too intrusive? Again, forensic is not just a technical issue. There's legal elements in the collection of evidence as well. So the answer may be depending on the jurisdiction that you're working from, because it also depends on the evidence of the jurisdiction. So yes and no. And again, IoT versus digital forensics. Earlier, I mentioned that IoT forensics, in comparison to IoT security, IoT forensics is understudy. It's a poorer cousin. But if you compare IoT and digital forensics, again, IoT forensics is also understudy, even in the field of digital forensics. Because, for example, if you search for digital forensics, you have 37,000 results. I'm sure it's more than that now. But if you search for IoT forensics, it's only 359 results. Earlier, and what is IoT forensics? And again, this is a work that we are working on. So when you look at IoT forensics compared to many of these other topics out there for IoT security, you can see IoT. Let me see where's IoT forensics is hidden. Anyway, it's too small to be seen compared to, say, encryption or 5G and authentication. And also IoT forensics, it also comprises of cloud forensics, device forensics, for example, mobile, and also network forensics. Because IoT device, and again, it depends on definition. Some people will actually consider mobile device to be part of IoT device. And again, many of these IoT devices, they can be controlled by an application that you install on your mobile device. So the potential source of evidence in that case is a mobile device too, because your mobile device is actually used to connect to this IoT device. For example, issue commands or collect the data from this IoT device. So this mobile device can also be a potential source of evidence. Hence, IoT forensics also comprises cloud device, for example, your mobile and network forensics. And IoT forensics there are many ways to categorize these IoT forensics. You can actually categorize into levels. For example, in terms of device level forensics, you can also try to collect data at the network level, or you try to collect data in the cloud. For example, your Amazon Echo, or even your Ring camera or your CCTV. In most cases, those data are not stored locally, they are stored in the cloud. So you need cloud forensics. And some of the evidence sources will be your cloud systems, your industry or your home networks, and also your device itself, whether it's your logs, your IoT malware, and so on. But those devices are usually more limited. The data is actually more limited. So in other words, some of the cloud forensic challenges that researchers have identified may also be relevant to IoT forensics. For example, when it comes to trying to collect the authentication mechanisms and so on. So the role of IoT device in a forensic perspective or in a investigation, the IoT device can be a target. The IoT device can also be used as a tool by a forensic investigator to identify, collect, and analyze, or even present evidence. An IoT device can also play the role of a witness. For example, the data is stored in the IoT device can directly implicate an individual accused of a crime. So in fact, there have been a number of cases where IoT device is actually, data from IoT device is actually used in a criminal investigation to prosecute an offender. For example, there was a case in US 2 or 3 years ago, where the data from a pacemaker of the suspect patient was actually used against the individual or the suspect person, because the data on the pacemaker does not align with what the suspect has given to the police in his statement. So he was eventually charged for arson. There was another case where the data on the murder victims found on the murder victim was actually used as evidence to charge the murder victim's ex-husband of murder. So Mirai is a malware that I'm sure many of you are somewhat familiar with. Hopefully you are not affected by it. So Mirai is an IoT malware. So when it comes to IoT malware or IoT bonded forensics, there are many potential sources of evidence. For example, you have the victim. Victim in this case, the victim of an IoT, the DDoS attack. Or you also have the devices, the zombie IoT devices that have been compromised to carry out the attack. And you also have the command and control server, or you also have other the attacker's terminal. So all these are potential source of evidence. Of course, in most cases, you're not going to have access to the attacker's terminal unless you really have a suspect identified and arrested. So in most cases, the victim or the vulnerable IoT device would be the two most common source of evidence in a Mirai investigation. And depending on what you get access to, for example, if you're doing a server analysis, you're definitely going to have more information. You can recover more data from a server as compared to a device itself. So for example, you can have the database locking credential. You can actually look at the different type of artifacts that you can recover to actually help you to understand what happened. What devices were compromised, where are these devices located in terms of the IP address or physical location, and which system has been targeted or attacked. So from a home perspective, this is something I'm sure many of you will be quite familiar with. You have IoT devices around your home, and some of these IoT devices, the data is actually stored in the cloud, right? For example, your Amazon, your AWS cloud server, and so on. So this cloud in itself, in addition to the network and the devices, this cloud is also a potential source of evidence. And I believe by now you should be you should get what I'm trying to say, in the sense that data is key to many investigation, both forensics and as well as security. So in this particular work, we actually design and also I forgot to mention that many of these communication are actually encrypted. So hence in this case, it's much harder to actually classify encrypted network because they're encrypted. So unless you have the decryption key, even if you intercept the network, is most likely going to be garbage. So in this case, how to actually do traffic classification? So in this particular work, we actually design a traffic classification technique to actually distinguish between compressed and encrypted network. So in this case, we are able to we do not know the content, but we are able to separate between compressed and encrypted network. And this is actually a follow-up work from one of our previous paper that we were actually able to identify WeChat is a very popular applications used by Chinese users, especially in China. So as part of this application, as part of WeChat, the users can actually transact financially, conduct financial transactions, for example, in the form of red packet, or use it to make a payment. So in this particular work, we were actually even though the communication is actually end-to-end encrypted, but we were able to identify red packets and fund transfer transactions and separate that from other traffic coming out from these WeChat applications. So we were actually able to identify or make a distinction between financial transactions and non-financial transactions without decrypting the network. And also in this work, and there are many such similar works out there as well. So in this work, we actually design a leap recurrent neural network solution. As a STM, with pre-training to actually identify or to detect malware. In this case, we were trying to make our model as generic as possible. So we actually evaluate using Windows, ransomware, IoT, and Android malware dataset, using both static and dynamic analysis. And in most cases, in all these evaluations, our accuracy rate and the various metrics were above 90%. However, data may not always be available for a number of reasons. For example, especially if you identify the attacks, say a few months later or even a few years later, their data is not going to be there anymore. So how are you going to do a forensic investigation to understand what happened, to actually understand or to evaluate the impact of an attack? So in that case, it will be very challenging. Or in some cases, even though you know the data is there, but you're not able to extract whether it's for technical reason or for legal reason. For example, if a data is hosted by another company and the company decline to give you access to the data, or it's actually hosted in a different country where you do not have jurisdiction. And also, in some cases, you know the data is there, you have the capability to extract the data, but it's just going to be too expensive. You do not have the resource to do it. So that's too bad. And also, we have to consider that the insider may also attempt to delete the evidence. And it's also not realistic to suggest that any evidence connected to the device can be automatically seized for forensic data investigation. Because, for example, if it's a server in a stock exchange company, for example, you're not able to actually seize a device, because if your system is actually offline, it's going to cause massive financial loss to the organization. So in this case, there is a need for forensic-ready systems and infrastructure. That's what we were proposing. So I'm not sure how many of you in the audience have heard of forensic by design. So forensic by design is somewhat similar to secure by design and privacy by design. So I'm sure many of you know what's secure by design. So basically, we design systems with security in mind from day one. And privacy by design is similar. So you want to design privacy-preserving mechanisms as part of a system. When it comes to forensic by design, so basically what we are proposing to do here is we design systems. Okay, they actually have some sort of a black box. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with black box. For example, if you fly, for example, when an aeroplane goes down, so where do the air crash investigator look for evidence? They will usually be looking out for the black box, also known as a cockpit recorder. So conceptually, this is very similar to the black box or the cockpit recorder, in the sense that we record selected evidence or selected artifacts about the systems on 24/7 on an ongoing basis, so that when the system is attacked or when the system goes down, we know where to go look for evidence. We just go to the black box. So think of this is a figure. So number 3 will be the black box or the secure multi-tenant storage. So the black box can be distributed or it can be centralized. It really depends on the organization setting or configuration. So this is actually in the context of a smart grid. So we can actually have devices. We can actually have data from different devices. For example, from devices in the electricity generation, transmission, or the distribution facilities. We are basically, this black box is actually monitoring and collecting all these different forensic data and then storing it securely. Because remember, when it comes to digital forensics, integrity of evidence is very important, because you have to make sure that data is stored there cannot be tampered with or modified after it has been stored. So hence, the use of a blockchain is actually an optimal solution here as well. And one of the challenges is, because there's so much data out there, you do not want to store every single data. So in this case, your black box have to be customized to different organizations. You have to take into consideration the system setting, the requirements, whether it's legal requirements, technical requirements, or the regulatory requirements, to actually identify what type of data you want to store and how much of the data you want to store. Remember, this is actually not a backup. The black box is not the same as a backup. So this black box should not serve the role of a backup server. And some of this data can actually be used for data analytics in the sense that you can actually use this. You can actually analyze the data that's been stored by the black box to actually inform your security solution, whether it's your SIEM or your intrusion prevention or detection system, so that you are more familiar, so that you have the various solution actually have a better idea or a better picture of the threat landscape that's been or the network activities within the network or targeting faced by the network, so that you can actually tune your security solutions as well. So in this case, this black box, in other words, this black box is not just serving the role of just a forensic black box where you store the data, but the data that's been stored can also be analyzed to understand the threat landscape of the system, of the company. And when it comes to IoT forensics, it's also, one of the challenges is because there's a broad range of IoT devices out there, and there are new devices or new operating system, file system coming out very regularly. So the question is, how do you actually keep pace with all the different devices, with all the different operating system or file system? And again, if I'm going to ask the audience, how many of you here is an expert on all the IoT devices out there from a forensic perspective or even from a security perspective? I'm sure there will not be many, if any at all. So how do we actually share information? So the question now becomes, how do we effectively and efficiently share knowledge about forensic artifacts? For example, where are these artifacts being located? What are the forensic implications? Are these important from a forensic perspective? And what about their data structures? We are sharing the artifacts themselves, because when it comes to forensic, some of the artifacts that we recover are very reviewing or personal or sensitive. So we do not want to share the artifacts, but we want to share the information, some of knowledge that we gained from doing the forensic analysis of these devices. So in this case, we propose using a schema. Think of this as a template or some sort of high-level skeleton template that actually captures the knowledge of an investigator who have previously investigated or examined a particular device. And this schema actually contains information, for example, such as type and nature of the artifacts that could be acquired, so that it can be used to guide or to inform another investigator's forensic investigation without sharing the artifacts themselves. So this is actually we actually have built a beta version of this platform. So basically, as you can see, we have a schema. So for example, think of this as an ecosystem, or as a where we have different agencies or different organizations being part of this ecosystem. So whenever they have done a forensic investigation, an IoT device forensic investigation, they actually come up with this abstract schema that actually contains information or metadata type of information about the device, and then they can actually share this schema to this platform. So before someone else start an investigation of their own on the device, they can actually search on this platform for schema that actually belongs or they're actually associated with this type of device, so that they can just load up this schema onto their forensic software, and this forensic software will actually pull out relevant forensic artifacts from the various locations contained in the schema. They're actually detailed in the schema. So for example, this is a snapshot of the tool that we developed. So for example, as you can see, we have different devices. So in this case, it's a motion sensor. These are some of the artifacts that we can actually identify from this device. So how about cloud and blockchain-based platforms? So in this case, for this platform to be useful, because this platform can be a local version, or it can be a global version, in the sense that it can be hosted in the cloud. So in this case, we are proposing to actually have this type of platform, because if you talk about ecosystem, it's more useful to actually have a cloud-based system where we can connect to, where different agencies, organizations in different countries can actually connect to this platform to get access to the schemas. So building on this work, this is actually an earlier work that we published in 2020. So basically, in this work, we propose a data training ecosystem. So in this sense, the platform, I mean, on this platform itself, we can actually you're facilitating data trading between different entities, between data buyers and data producers or data sellers. So in this case, what we are proposing is the data seller who are actually interested in certain analysis or certain statistics, they do not need to get access to the raw data, because there are challenges in selling access to data, because data can be stolen, it can be resold to other individuals and so on. But in this case, this platform, think of this platform as a middle person or as a third party. So for example, if you're interested in certain analysis, for example, if you're interested in say the sales figure of certain product, you want to do a comparison between different vendors or different categories, you come to this platform, and this platform will actually facilitate the data access and data analysis, and present to the data buyer, the customers, the analysis findings that he or she is actually interested in. So basically, we are trying to reduce the challenge of securing the data set to securing the data processing instead. And in fact, this platform can also be used to facilitate federated learning as well. So for example, if a customer wants to train the model on various data sets, his federated learning model on various data sets, so this person can actually come to the platform and say and put in an order, say, through a smart contract, and the platform will actually liaise with the different data producers, and then train the model on these different producers, and then hand over the final train model to the individual, to the buyer. And in this case, the buyer can actually have the model that's been trained without getting access to the raw data set. So what are some of the potential research opportunities? So when it comes to data, whether it's for security or forensics, these days, it's not, in most cases, it's not a case of we do not have access to data, but in some cases, in most of the cases, we have access to too much data, in the sense that we are spoiled for choices. Even in the case of IoT forensics, there are too many different potential sources of evidence. So this actually contradicts the lack of data set, which I'm going to discuss later. So now we have too many sources of evidence. How do we actually determine which source of evidence is actually more important for this case, especially in a time poor environment, and there's also selection bias if we use AI techniques to help us to collect data. So for example, in the black box scenario that I presented in a few slides ago, because in most cases, in the forensic black box, we are not going to manually collect the data. If you're going to use some sort of AI techniques to help us identify and collect the data, now the question is, what about the selection bias? Are we missing out certain data that are important that we are not aware of? And also, we need more forensically friendly tools. For example, we have Google for search engine, we have TensorFlow for AI, Hadoop for the big data analytics, and so on. But we do not have a similar tool for forensics. So, for example, if I'm interested to find out certain information, can I just type in a search term, and then the system is going to generate the data for me? The answers that I want. The answer is no at the moment. But we could actually build in such a user interface for the forensic black box, because the data is being stored in the forensic black box. So, if someone could actually design some sort of a search engine or the user interface type to actually interface with this digital forensic black box, and then whenever the person, the user types in a query, this interface could actually do the analysis, and this is a basic analysis to actually return the answer that the user wants. It's going to be super friendly. And also, when it comes to machine learning and deep learning, so how do we actually use machine or deep learning approach to facilitate real-time incident response and forensic investigation? So for example, can we actually use it to help us identify and collect evidence in a forensically sound manner? This is actually especially helpful because right now there are too many different potential sources of evidence. In most cases, the investigator just do not have the time to investigate every single source and then to collect data or evidence from every single source. It's going to be too expensive and too time consuming. So if we can actually identify AI agents, whether it's deep learning or machine learning agents, to help us identify and then to crawl or collect information or data evidence automatically, yet in a forensically sound manner, it's going to be super useful as well for forensic investigation. There are also a lot of defects out there. And the techniques to create defect, whether it's text, audio, and video artifacts, are going to be super sophisticated as well. Now, how confident are we when we present evidence in a court that these evidence are authentic, they are not defect? So this is another challenge. And can we actually use machine learning or deep learning to identify and exploit vulnerabilities to help us circumvent security measures in order to get access to evidence? Of course, in this case, we are not talking about hacking. We get access to evidence in the legally permissible manner, for example, with a court warrant. Is that going to be legal? Again, it depends on the jurisdiction that you are working from. And also, if you're going to use AI, especially to help us in the identification, collection, and analysis of the data, it's very important for us to be able to explain what happened. So explainable AI, especially for digital forensic in the future, is going to play an important role. How about blockchain? So can blockchain be used to facilitate forensic by design, especially when it comes to ensuring the integrity of the evidence that is being stored in the forensic black box? And in addition to this, can blockchain be used in other forensic applications other than to preserve the integrity of data or chain of custody? So for example, IoT devices may be stored in publicly accessible areas. And in the event that this IoT device is physically under the control of an adversary, for example, in the context of the IOBD, the battlefield or military setting, how can we use blockchain to guarantee the security and privacy of the data that's been stored in the device? So bear in mind, we are not talking about integrity. So we are talking about security and privacy. How can blockchain help us to facilitate that? And when it comes to IoT datasets, there are not many IoT datasets out there, even though we have a lot of we are spoiled for choices, as I mentioned earlier over here. They are spoiled for choices when it comes to data source in the forensic investigation. But when it comes to research purpose, there are not many publicly available IoT datasets, especially those that are going to be representative of the various setting. Why? Because first of all, it takes time and a lot of efforts to actually set up the test bed or to set up the device, to collect the data set, and then to label them as well. It's very time consuming and can be quite expensive. And besides, there's a significant diversity in terms of the IoT make and model, the device type, the architectures and so on. And also, do we need some standard to be established for IoT dataset that will actually facilitate the sharing of such dataset for research purpose? So one question that we have been thinking is, can we actually use blockchain to facilitate the sharing and distribution of such dataset in the research network? For example, using this ecosystem, can we actually build a secure data trading platform on blockchain to actually facilitate data access or the data sharing of this IoT data set? So this is actually a work that I conducted with my colleague a few years ago, and also our PhD student. So what we are hoping to achieve here is actually to come up with a blockchain-based data sharing approach. So in this case, bear in mind that we are not suggesting that the data set to actually be stored on chain. What we are suggesting here is the data set that we want to share is going to be stored off chain, but there's actually a RIM number, which is some sort of a unique identifier that's actually stored on the chain for easy retrieval. And also, in this work, we have recently we have built a HoneyNet architecture comprising a number of IoT devices. So we have 3D printers, we have TVs, we have CCTV cameras, and so on. So basically, these are some of the common IoT devices that you can find in an office or building environment. So what we are hoping to do here is we are hoping to help, because remember earlier I mentioned that there's actually a lack of data set. So what we are hoping to do here is to actually to generate or simulate a sufficiently realistic environment in the office setting where we have different devices, and then you can actually do a honey net. So we want to we are actually collecting the data set, so the traffic of both uncompromised as well as attack traffic, so that we can actually do labeling. We can actually use that to train our machine learning or deep learning models and so on. So this is actually a work that's funded by NSA. So any one of you who are actually interested to collaborate, in this activity, please feel free to contact me after this presentation. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your time. And as you can see on the slide, we are always interested in research collaboration. My email address is there, so feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good day and good evening everyone. My name is Aleksandar Jevremovic and I will talk about the performance and reliability aspects of intelligent infrastructures. I thank Professor Dragan Peraković for inviting me and European Alliance for Innovation for organizing such a great conference like Fabulous 2021. So, before we begin, let me quickly share some information about me that could be relevant to this talk. I work as a full professor at the Faculty of Informatics and Computing at Sicilian University in Belgrade, where I teach mainly cybersecurity and software development related courses. The idea behind this study program I work within is to create engineers that are able not only to develop software, but also to develop mission-critical software in terms of security and reliability. And another field I also do some research in is human-computer interaction. Specifically, I focus on using artificial intelligence with human-computer interaction, and I focus on performance-related issues and security issues. So within that research in this field, I collaborate with some great people from Cyprus Interaction Lab from Cyprus. Another role relevant for this talk is a guest lecturer position at Harvard University in the United States. I give lectures on and work with students within the course Building Interactive Web Applications for Data Analysis. And the idea behind this course is to enable students to use state-of-the-art algorithms and approaches to do some massive data processing and to put it in a form of an interactive web application. So expectedly, one of the main challenges faced within this course is of course how to overcome the performance problems and make the application interact with users in the real-time mode. This is a bit unusual combination of research in cybersecurity, human-computer interaction and artificial intelligence, but it led to the creation of the Casper project. I started this project with my colleagues from Serbia, North Macedonia and Portugal. And the project is funded within the Next Generation Internet Trust project within the Horizon 2020 framework, and I serve as project leader at the School of Electrical Engineering in Belgrade. I will give more information about this project in next few slides, and I'll use it partially as a base for this. So, the CASP project started with an ambitious goal to provide a safe online experience for children. Initially, the idea was to protect children from being exposed to pornographic content mostly, but later we added modules for detection or prevention from cyberbullying, predators, different types of indoctrination, internet challenges, etc. Eventually, we expanded the project to protect also elderly people, and this population is of course not sensitive to the previously mentioned threat types, but is vulnerable, for example, to internet scam, fake news, etc. The idea of this project of course is not new, but we selected an original approach, and I will explain that now. So, the problem of children exposed to inappropriate content while using the internet is a huge problem today, and there are numerous attempts to solve this problem more or less successful, of course. Some of these attempts are focused on restricting access to some reported sources of the infrastructure level, for example by using the DNS technology like blacklisting websites or something like that. Some solutions are based on filtering content on the Exchange platform level, like YouTube video filtering or some other platforms that are checking content, uploaded content before making it available to other users. Some solutions are developed as plugins for a specific software, like web browser or messenger plugins that are limited only on the content being communicated by using these software applications, and are not, you cannot use these plugins for some other software. So also trying to filter content on the lower levels, like on the internet protocol level, is usually impossible, since the services are usually using end-to-end encryption, so the content of communication content on that lower level is not available to the filtering solution. We started the Casper project with an insight that no solution is platform or software agnostic. In other words, none of the existing solutions were capable to protect children at the level that parent would provide if physically present and supervising the content being communicated, regardless of its form. Is it textual, visual, audio, or some application is used, or whatever it is. So the additional problem we notice is that usually it is possible to trick the protection solutions in some way. For example, you can bypass a text filter by sending an image that contains text, or you can record an audio message and send that, and then this protection solution based on the text filtering will completely miss this content as being dangerous or in some other level problematic for the user. So our approach was to focus on the information communicated in this in its human readable form, not in its digital form. So on this level you can see that on this level we are actually focusing on the user interface level, not on the application level. So not trying to understand the digital form of content, like processing the HTML code in the browser, or text or content or messages by using Messenger, etc., etc. So the idea was to focus on the human-computer interaction to screen the information being presented to the user, or the information being received by the user. This other direction from human to computer is also important to protect children from revealing, for example, sensitive information like its physical location or personal photos, or to prevent children from participating in activities like cyberbullying or something like that. The Casper system is made to screen the human-computer interaction content, to classify it as an appropriate or inappropriate, and if possible to prevent the exposure of the sensitive content, or prevent the exposure of the user to the sensitive contents. In other words, the content is classified as if the content is classified as inappropriate for that user. Of course, in some cases, like with the real-time audio communication, it is not possible to protect user, so the system action is limited to detecting the inappropriate content and alarming the parent or trustee. So that's what is unique about this Casper architecture, but also this architecture brings some new problem that I will explain in the next slide. Here we can see the extended Casper architecture. So this is a human-computer interaction being monitored by the Casper's software, and you see that it's divided in image and video content, and audio content, and then keyboard. So the idea is that system is actually screening the visual communication that includes both image visual content and then textual content. Textual content is extracted from the visual content by using OCR algorithms. The another main category is audio content. At this point, what we are doing is just doing speech recognition, trying to extract textual, to convert audio content to textual content, so we can process this content from the same, actually at the same point in this system by using the same module that is doing text classification. And third category is using other input-output devices like keyboard, mouse, or something like that. But it turned out that this was not very efficient because when intercepting the keyboard strokes, type strokes, you can actually detect some characters being typed, but it's very difficult to get the content to context actually of that communication. So instead of intercepting the individual type strokes from the keyboard, it's actually turned out it is being more efficient to use it as to detect that content by using image content and then OCR algorithms to extract sentences or even paragraphs from the screen, and then also to identify in which context this this text appeared. For example, it's different if kids see that in a website or if they type that by using a keyboard. Also, there is another approach or reason to use keyboard is that in some cases the representation of the text type could be hidden. For example, if you have advanced user, it can actually give focus to a background application, and then the front applications will visually cover the application that has focus where the text is appearing while typed, so you won't have a visual representation and text could be sent. For example, you could compare this behavior like parent is watching the screen while child is using the computer, but child is typing but no text appears because it was hidden in an application. So the only alternative to detect this is to search through the applications to see if there was some content type in a background application, or to watch the keyboard where the kid is actually typing the content. So that's why we also have support for this keyboard, but actually if the text detected from the keyboard is appearing on the screen, actually it's more useful to use this OCR based text detection. So from the audio, actually you can extract more features, you can extract emotions, you can extract maybe some additional context, but at this point we are focused. Actually, the main idea was oriented over visual context, so we added audio in order to adapt our architecture to make it for that architecture we'll use possible in future to add additional modules and these things to avoid this technical debt in future. So but image and video content were our focus from the beginning, but we also added this support through the speech recognition. So we are currently, the software, Casper software, is not processing this additional features except speech converted to text, and the same text is used, the same module for text processing is used both for text we retrieve from speech recognition and from optical character recognition from visual content. But in future we can support also these additional features, but this will also extend the problem that I will speak soon about performance of this solution. About the visual content, you can see that we have input and output streams, so in both we intercept the concept in both directions, both presented to the user by the screen, and also we can detect visual content that been sent by user. For example, using webcam, because in some cases, for example, predators could ask children to send some photos, etc. So this actually software can be configured to detect different types of inappropriate content, like in some cases it can be some nudity or something like that, but also sending a photo of a child, for example, where you can recognize the face, could also be very problematic. So you can actually configure software to intercept or alarm parent if content like that is tried to be sent. The original component that we were focused in from the beginning of this project was this this module for output, what content was displayed, and it was from that content graphical content was extracted, and also textual content was extracted by OCR. So for this image processing, it was that content is forwarded to appropriate AI algorithms that will classify visual contents, and the text will forward the text recorded to the algorithms that are capable of classifying textual content. And on the right side you can see that there are many different problems that you can support by using this architecture. For example, we can cover this original problematical type of content like porn and nudity, but also you can detect predators mostly from the textual content. Then you can detect challenges by in these internet challenges, both by using textual content when someone is asking child to do something, or by using visual content where you can detect some problematic visual scenes like hurting, or I don't know, something that is these challenges are problematic for. For cyberbullying, you have different types of content. You can use both visual and textual content to detect bullying. Maybe in most of the cases, text messages containing specific words are problematic. One thing is that detecting cyberbullying is a bit challenging because of context and other things, but it's actually much more challenging to detect predators on the internet than cyberbullying, because cyberbullying is usually very explicit, using direct messages, specific phrases, etc., while predators are trying to simulate, in many cases they are trying to simulate some very acceptable behavior that is hidden, is camouflage, like some other child, some person that is close age of the child that is being protected. Predators trying to simulate something like that. So it's actually very challenging to detect this type of threats. Then different kinds of indoctrination, both visual and textual content can be used for this, like terroristic indoctrination, some extreme religious indoctrination or something like that. And I mentioned for all elderly, phishing and scams, you can actually compare the content being presented to them to some databases that are fighting against fake news, or you can detect some behavior where someone is asking them to give them credit cards, or some information that should not be revealed, etc., etc. Then emotion and sentiment is a special module that we are trying to develop with experts from psychology domain, where analyzing not the content itself but extracted features like for example from audio, the emotions that are prevailing in that audio, or from visual content, some maybe colors, modes, or something like that, you can actually detect some problematic behaviors, or maybe some conditions like depression or something like that. So it's a bit separated field of research. For cybercrime, it was an optimistic idea to implement some modules that could detect cybercrime, but actually the problem is that if you have a very advanced child in terms of using IT technologies that is able to hack system, it can be actually very hard to prevent them from disabling this system or hiding their actions or using some other equipment or something like that. The thing is that when you have all these, actually you probably won't use all these modules at the same moment, because if you're trying to protect children from porn, it's not very likely that you will also use these scams that are trying, where someone is trying to hide, to steal their credit cards, but it's very likely that you will have multiple modules enabled at the same moment. Like you can check some content for nudity, for porn, for predators, for challenging, for cyberbullying, for indoctrination. So it means that a lot of processing power will be required for providing a real-time performance and to provide a real efficiency of this system. So on the next slide I will cover this performance aspect that is, and reliability aspect that actually are critical for a solution like this. So in this video you can see the Casper in action, how it actually protects user from, in this case, pornographic or nudity content. So on the left side we have original session where the user is browsing and entering the web page that contains some inappropriate content in terms of nudity or pornography, and of course these images are blurred for a purpose of this presentation. And on the right side you have all this session processed by Casper software. So if you can see that if user is browsing, it's opening the web page, and then images are loading and are displayed to the user. But on the right side, if the Casper software is activated, the software will actually segment the items on the screen that are being displayed. So all these rectangles are actually some segments extracted from the original image. Also there are some other segments like browser, header, or bar, or whatever, and then all these segments are processed through all these modules. So you can see that some rectangles are blacked. It means that this was detected to be inappropriate and then it was hidden. This another image was inappropriate and it was hidden, and then some contents were classified as appropriate and are not hidden from the user. So in a perfect case we can have functionality like this, where all these content, regardless of application being used, is it web browser or chat or some other messenger or whatever application it is, content is being segmented, processed, and inappropriate content is hidden from the user, and the user is protected from seeing that content, and appropriate content is being presented. Additional functionality could be to alarm parent that child entered a location where the inappropriate content is available. And in some cases, I mentioned that earlier, that you cannot actually protect the user from this. You need to, because in the case of audio content, you can actually process the audio only after it's been played, so you cannot later revoke that action. You actually, it's already played, but you can alarm parent. The one thing about this video is actually this is post-processing. We recorded this session and then we process that by Casper offline, and then we in this case action of protecting was triggered, and inappropriate content was hidden. But the catch is that this was post-processing. Why? Because it took a lot of processing speed to process 30 frames per second in this 18 seconds video. So you have about, I don't know, 600 frames that you need to process and classify if the content is appropriate or not. So in order for this software to be really useful, it has to have both this processing capacity to work in the real time, and to have this efficiency to detect inappropriate content with a 100% rate. So these two things are very challenging, and now we will explain what this has to reliability, what the reliability of this solution, what it depends on, and how to deal with the performance. Just have in mind that this video represents only this line of execution, so we are just processing image or video content from the output stream. We are not mentioning audio and keyboard, which will execute in parallel with this. And with this output visual content, we have first step is segmentation, when we need to extract these rectangles that contain different types of content, and then depending on the content type, we will actually all the segments, we will process them both in image processing to detect if there is some visual content that should not be presented, and also we will process that in the within the optical character recognition to extract text, and then this is a partially processed content we will then process through these modules. So each of this module will process this content that we recorded, which actually means a lot of processing power, because first step is to segment and then extract text and then process this content through all these modules. So more modules you activate, it will require more processing power to actually classify this in the real time. So solutions like this are only useful if you can really rely on them. This means that if you, as a parent, entrust this software with protecting your child, to protect the child or to alarm if something problematic happens, you expect 100% efficacy. It means that you really want that software to provide that level of protection that you, as a parent, could provide if you were physically present with the child and try to as a human classify the content or invoke some action if something problematic happens. In this case, it simply means that the software has to accurately classify 100% of the content being communicated between the user and the internet. This actually depends on two major things. The obvious one is the efficacy of the artificial intelligence algorithms used for the content classification. If the algorithms are not good enough to correctly classify the content, the efficacy of the system will go down. However, using a modular architecture allowed us to easily test different algorithms and to easily replace them in the future by the different algorithms or by optimized versions of already used algorithms. So in this field, actually, we cannot provide some significant contribution, because actually all the algorithms, artificial intelligence algorithms, are being developed by the huge community, so our contribution probably won't be that significant. And also most of the algorithms are available publicly, so you can use them and implement them in the software and then improve this field. However, another critical aspect of the software efficacy is its performance, in terms of how fast it can do the classification process. In other words, since slowing down the human-computer interaction is not an option, the system has to provide real-time performance. This obviously directly depends on the hardware resources available at the local computer system where the software is being used. For example, when testing our prototypes, we achieved real-time performance on a full HD display with high resolution, but we used the last generation i7 CPU and powerful GPUs that we connected by CUDA libraries, that this GPU was used for the classification tasks. On the other side, most of the devices used by our target group of users, including especially tablets and smartphones that are being more used by children than these desktop PCs or laptops, most of these devices do not have required hardware resources to provide real-time performance. This directly affects the reliability of the system, and the on the next slides we will see how we approach this reliability problems, how we approach this performance problem to improve performance, and through improving the performance we wanted to improve the reliability of the overall system. One another characteristics of the performance of the solution that directly affects the reliability of the solution is also the latency, because as you can see, in some cases it is even theoretically impossible to protect or to prevent actually to protect children by preventing exposure to some content, like in case of audio content. But in case of visual content that actually can be filtered in the real time and covered or in some other way hidden if classified as inappropriate, in case of protection mode, when you want to prevent the exposure, you need real-time performance because you want that frames to be hidden. On the other side, in detection mode, you can also use some post-processing, which means that you can outsource classification process to some remote devices, to some devices that has more processing power, or you can do some after processing with some spare CPU time later on your device. But in that case, you actually can just alarm and detect the content. So if you want to achieve real-time performance, besides having enough CPU, or not only CPU, any kind of processing power is good, is if you can use that processing power to do the classification in the real time. But on the other side, if that classification process has a high latency, then this prevention mode or protection mode, where you're trying to hide that content, won't work in a satisfactory way. To improve the performance of the end user devices with limited processing capacities, as I already mentioned, some smartphones, tablets, some older PCs or laptops, we experimented with different approaches. The first approach was to use external GPU cards with laptops that had only discrete graphic adapters. We used NVIDIA Quadro P2200 I think GPU in an erasure enclosure connected via Thunderbolt 3 port. The results with this approach were pretty good, and the system, it was one i7 CPU with 32 gigabytes of main memory, was able to perform real-time content classification with a full high-definition display and with regular web browsing and text messaging. However, there are some serious disadvantages of this approach that make it useless in regular use case scenarios. Firstly, the external GPU enclosure price was too high to justify the investment. Actually, I think just enclosure was about $400 or $500. So for that money, probably users could buy more powerful hand devices. The next thing was that the size of enclosure was pretty big, and it makes it pretty impractical for real use. And finally, for high-speed communication with external GPU, you have to use Thunderbolt 3 port. Since the majority of the laptops that could benefit from using this external GPU processing, they lack this port, so this option for improving performance remains in purely theoretical domain. The next approach was to apply some distributed processing. So instead of processing on the local device, to outsource that to some remote device. The test was to outsource classification process to remote devices that has more processing resources, preferably a GPU device. And the first path was to do that in the local network, and the second one was to use remote cloud environment. In the local network, we tried two approaches. One was to use regular server with multiple GPUs installed, and This option is compatible with scenarios where a single server needs to support multiple end-user devices, for example, student computers in a school network or something like that. Another approach was to use a dedicated home router with GPU installed. So what we did, we used the NVIDIA Jetson platform as a base for this routing platform, because these Jetson devices, they have both CPUs and GPUs installed. CPUs are actually not so fast, but GPU performance is actually pretty good. And in both cases, with server and with this Jetson, the communication between clients and this device that classifies the content was protected by using a WireGuard VPN solution. Because it was actually critical to protect the data, for example, screenshots or text captured or something like that, because otherwise someone can intercept that connection and reveal some confidential information. Regardless the fact that WireGuard is actually a very optimized solution, and it uses 40% less CPU power compared to IPsec. It turned out that if you're using battery powered devices, battery consumption for encryption, decryption purposes, and for sending and receiving data was very high. So there was some latency introduced, but in the local network links, especially in case when you have this server and wired links, the latency was not that high. But latency was actually decent in all cases, but the problem is that it actually drains battery too fast for these devices. In the case of cloud environment, the main advantage of using cloud environment is virtually unlimited processing power capacity. However, our first experiments with cloud environment show that latency is pretty high, and prevention or protection functions is unusable in this scenario. Additionally, the uplink from end user to the cloud is a bottleneck for using system with high resolution display. So turn out that this actually also in this case we have to use some encryption software like WireGuard or something like that. And also the thing is, because the devices in the cloud physically are not under our control, and we are still unable to use like homomorphic encryption or something like that, it actually create a we have to use this encryption software like VPN, for example WireGuard, as I mentioned earlier, to connect to that environment. But also we need to use some, for example, external memory encryption or something like that. Otherwise, as I said, privacy could be violated in terms that some confidential data can leak out. About the technology stack, it is also relevant to mention that we use Linux operating system as a base for the distributed classification. So compared to other IoT solutions, this might be some too big or too fat choice, but since we have the need for this classification capabilities of GPUs and drivers and other software is already available, I think this was the only choice. And also, beside licensing, Linux gave us a broad range of possibilities to tweak the configuration and optimize performance. For example, to reduce the latency, we experimented with CPU affinity on multi-core system, then interrupt affinity with the network interface card, coalescing driver offload, etc. Unfortunately, we used closed source hardware and drivers. We still do not have options to go open source on this level, but there are also some positive trends in this field, so we can expect some more open and more configurable solution in this field soon. And it looks like we reached the end of the presentation. I used the latest project I work on, Casper, to share the approaches we try and the results and insights we came up with, and I hope I managed to illustrate how the reliability of the solution depends on its performance and how critical, in this case, and complex these aspects could be in a distributed environment. So if you have any questions, suggestions or ideas, feel free to contact me, and I thank you all for attending the Fabulous 2021 and attending this talk, and I wish you a great conference, a good health, and to meet you in person next year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mehdi Harunabadi, and I'm going to present my paper, which is about a self-organized adaptation of spreading factor for LoRa radio layer based on experimental study. Outline of this presentation is an introduction about LoRa nodes and LoRa devices. Then I will describe you the development of LoRa nodes, and then I will explain you the scenarios that we considered for our experimental studies. And finally, I will present you the self-organized adaptation of physical layer in LoRa nodes, which is the algorithm that we proposed in this paper. First of all, as a short introduction about LoRa nodes, I would say that LoRa is a low power technology which can be used in IoT applications. LoRa devices can operate in different frequencies, and in US 900 megahertz is used. In Europe it is 800 megahertz, and it can also operate in ISM bands like 433 megahertz and 169. In this paper, we use LoRa nodes on 433 megahertz. One specification of the LoRa nodes is that they have a long-range communication, which in rural areas it can go up to 15 kilometers, and in urban areas it can go up to 5 kilometers. Another specification of the LoRa nodes is that they apply chirp spread spectrum modulation scheme, which is really robust modulation scheme, and it can deliver the packets even with low signal to noise ratios and in bad channel conditions. But on the other hand, this modulation scheme can provide only low data rate, which is the drawback of this modulation scheme. To test the performance of LoRa nodes, we developed LoRa nodes for our test beds. To do this, we use our Arduino platform, and on top of it, we used LoRa IoT nodes, which are microchip RN248 LoRa devices. They operate in 433 MHz frequency band, and because we had no gateway, LoRa gateway or any central entity, we implemented and developed a tiny protocol for LoRa nodes, which make the direct communication between LoRa nodes possible. So we had kind of device-to-device communication in LoRa nodes. The coding rate in physical layer of LoRa nodes were 4/8, and we tested 3 different spreading factor of 7, 9, and 12. To give an impression about the different spreading factor, I should say that spreading factor 12 is the most robust modulation scheme in LoRa devices, which can deliver the packet even with the low signal to noise ratio. But on the other hand, it has the lowest data rate. And for the performance evaluation, we did 2 types of measurements. One was packet delivery ratio, and the other one was signal to noise ratio. In the experimental studies, we considered 3 different scenarios. In the first scenario, we put the transmitter and receiver in different locations in the city Ilmenau in Germany, and the distance between the transmitter and receiver LoRa nodes were from 250 meters up to 3 kilometers. In the second scenario, we located a transmitter and a receiver in different parts of the city, and we made a measurement for 24 hours without changing the location of the transmitter and receiver. The only changing thing was the condition of the channel. And in the third scenario, which we applied for the performance evaluation of the proposed self-organized approach, we again placed transmitter and receiver in the different part of the city, and then we studied on the performance of the proposed algorithm without changing the location of the transmitter and receiver. In the first set of results, we can see that we have the packet delivery ratio and signal to noise ratio of the transmissions between a transmitter and receiver LoRa node. And in the x-axis of both plots, you can see that the distance between the transmitter and receiver increases from 250 meter to 3 kilometer. And obviously, signal to noise ratio decreases with the increasing distance between the transmitter and receiver. But you can see that even with increasing the distance between the transmitter and receiver, spreading factor 12 can almost always deliver the messages. But spreading factor 7 is not able to deliver messages beyond 2.5 kilometer. So what we learned from this result is that first of all, spreading factor 12 is really robust. It can deliver the messages even with a low signal to noise ratio. And the second thing is that we can see that the distance between the transmitter and receiver is not the only influencing factor on the signal to noise ratio and also in the packet delivery ratio. In the second set of results, which belong to the second scenario, we put a transmitter and receiver in the different part of the city and we made a measurement over 24 hours. Again, you can see in the left-hand side the signal to noise ratio for 24 hours. And it is fluctuating all the time in different hours for different spreading factors. But in the right-hand side, you can see the packet delivery ratio. The packet delivery ratio is completely different for different spreading factors. For the spreading factor 12, you can see that most of the time, even 80% of the time, we have almost 100% packet delivery ratio. At the same time, for the spreading factor 7, there is almost no packet delivery. And if we compare the signal to noise ratio, we can see that there is no big difference in the signal to noise ratios. But there is no packet delivery. But we have spreading factor 9, which can deliver the messages when the signal to noise ratio is acceptable. So what we can conclude from this result is that if we have acceptable signal to noise ratio, it would be better to go with spreading factor 9 than spreading factor 12. Because if we compare the data rate of the spreading factor 12 with spreading factor 9, we can say that spreading factor 9 has a better data rate than spreading factor 12. So it's about the requirement of the application and also the channel condition. And the physical layer of the LoRa node can consider this requirement and also channel condition, for example, to switch between spreading factor 12 or 9 or 7. This was the motivation for our proposed algorithm. Then, having this results from our test bed, we derived a mapping table. This mapping table maps the signal to noise ratio in the receiver of a LoRa node for different spreading factor. It can map this to the packet delivery ratio. So if we have the signal to noise ratio in the receiver, we can estimate the packet delivery ratio based on this table. And we used this table and applied it in our adaptive approach that you can see in the next slide. So here you can see the self-organized adaptation of spreading factor in the transmitter and receiver of LoRa nodes, and I describe you how it works. In the transmitter side, the transmitter start to use spreading factor 12, which is the most robust spreading factor. It sends some packets and then waits for acknowledgement from the receiver. And then the receiver will send, if it receives the message, it will send acknowledgement, and then the acknowledgement will inform the transmitter about the best and optimal spreading factor. And then based on this acknowledgement, the transmitter will adopt its spreading factor to the optimal spreading factor and then send the next 10 packets. In the receiver side, it also starts with spreading factor 12 because it is the most robust spreading factor. Then it will wait to receive some packets, and then it will calculate the signal to noise ratio of the received packets. And then having this average signal to noise ratio of the received packets and applying the mapping table that I showed you in the last slide, it can find the optimal spreading factor to apply in the transmitter to achieve the required packet delivery ratio. Then put this information in the acknowledgement and send an acknowledgement to the transmitter. And the transmitter will receive this acknowledgement, update and adapt its spreading factor, and then continue with the new spreading factor to transmit the next packets. So you can see that there is a feedback between transmitter and receiver, and transmitter can adopt its spreading factor and its physical layer based on the channel condition that the receiver experience. If you look at the results of this proposed algorithm, we can see that in the left-hand side, we can see that this adaptive approach all the time switches between different spreading factors, from spreading factor 7 to 9 and sometimes to 12. And it's because of the changing the channel condition. And if we look at the right-hand side, we can see that the adaptive approach most of the time act as the best spreading factor, because if the channel condition is good, it will behave same as spreading factor 7, and if the channel condition is not good, it will switch to the spreading factor 12 and act as spreading factor 12. To make a conclusion, we based on experimental study, we learned that the distance is not the only influencing factor on the performance of the LoRa devices. We have always the trade-off between reliability and data rate. Then we could be able to derive a mapping table between the SNR and PDR based on the results of the experimental studies. And finally, we propose a self-organized adaptation of spreading factor in LoRa nodes, which achieves the performance of the best spreading factor based on the channel condition. For example, if the channel condition is good, it can keep the data rate high, and if the channel condition is not good, it can switch to the most robust spreading factor and be able to deliver the packets. Thank you so much for your attention, and please send me your questions about my paper and my presentation.
Hello and good day everyone. I am Iqra and today I am here to present one of my papers, that is a design of energy efficient nanorouting protocols using greedy algorithm. Basically, I am a PhD scholar and the domain area of my research work is nano networking and its communication paradigm. The roadmap of my presentation is I am going to elaborate you about the abstract of my paper, its introduction part, routing protocols in nano network, the energy efficient routing protocols and energy inefficient routing protocols, the comparison table of existing routing protocols in nano networks, the proposed protocol for energy efficient routing of the research work in which I have conducted basically, and then evaluation of proposed model. At the last, I will tell you about conclusion and a bit of my research work. And finally, we will have our reference part. Here is the list of authors. First one is me, Ikra Iqbal. I am from University of Education, Township Campus, Lahore, Pakistan. Next one is Mr. Mohsen. He is from Lahore College for Women University. Miss Anika, Lahore College for Women University. And Miss Anka Delia from University College, Dublin, Ireland. Here is the abstract part of my paper, which tells us about nano network that has given rise to many other disciplines just like agriculture, defense, healthcare, and industrial applications. With nano network, there exist tiny nano devices or nano machines. As the name suggests that nano devices or nano machines are basically those machines that work or that has the size of nano or macro scale. These devices can work from several megahertz to several few terahertz, and they used to consume much of the power, and they harvest the energy from its environment. That can be in the form of vibration, that can be in the form of heartbeat or temperature of a human body, and much else. So here some of the parameters or some of the details description have been given. Nano devices, due to their small size, have several limitations, as I told you about its frequency range, its energy consumption rate. It has limited amount of memory, limited amount of storage energy, and so on and so forth. There are some developing protocols and routing framework that is quite a challenging task for nano networks. The research work will expose the scarce availability of energy in nano networks by digging in the existing routing protocols, specially designed to cater the energy constraint. So my paper is all about this energy constraint, in which I proposed a protocol and then evaluated the result on the basis of few simulations. Here are some of the keywords of my paper: nano devices, nano networks, IoT, wireless sensor networks, nano routers, nano batteries, interfaces, nano clusters, nano antennas, geographical routing, greedy algorithms, and energy efficient nano routing protocols. First, I'm going to tell you about a bit of the introduction of my paper. My paper talks about nanotechnology and its transition part. Basically, nanotechnology is the transition of IoT into IoT. IoT, as the name suggests, is Internet of Things. These are the devices connected to each other that we use on our daily basis. That can be our mobile devices, our tablets, our computers, PCs. And the Internet of Nano Thing or IoT basically deal with nano devices that can be nano batteries, nano clusters, that can be piezoelectric generators, nano electric generators, that can be nano devices or small level of nano antennas or rectennas. These devices can be communicated to each other with these four different communication technologies. The first one is mechanical communication technology. The mechanical communication technology basically requires the nano devices to be connected to each other physically. So these methods are not feasible because it limits basically the overall working or functionality of nano devices. The next one is we have electromagnetic communication technology. This is basically do not have much of the attention from the researchers in the past because the electronic nano components of nano devices have not been manufactured yet. The third one is acoustic communication. The acoustic waves are basically absorbent in human body. So this technology cannot be headed further for Internet of Nano things because most of the nano devices are basically injected within human body. So if the acoustic waves are absorbent in human body, then how can we basically get the nano devices to communicate to each other when they are injected in the human body? The last one is molecular communication technology. And the molecular communication technology is basically it deals with the nano batteries, nano antennas, and nano scale or nano circuits. And due to molecular technology, the new generation of graphene-based electronics has been evolved. The routing protocol of WSN also does the needful as well as it helps to deliver the required information to its destination. But WSN cannot work in the domain of WNN, that is wireless nano networks, because all the traditional or classical routing protocols don't meant to be worked in the domain of wireless nano networks. There exists the overall total stack of protocols that basically develop for nano devices. Mostly the routing protocols of nano networks use flooding-based technology where the receiving node blindly forwards the data, and this action leads to conflicts and redundancy of data. Basically, in the flooding-based technology, every nanonode try to transmit the data at once. That overall reduces the energy level of nano devices, and only one from all nano devices in each cluster has to reach to its destination, and the rest will be overall wasting their energy level throughout the communication. The next one we have are routing protocols. These routing protocols are basically divided into energy efficient and energy inefficient routing protocols. The energy efficient routing protocols are basically single path or multi-path. This is basically two subdivisions of routing protocols. The energy efficient routing protocols are mostly single path in nano network. The reason is obvious that single path routing consumes less energy comparative to multi-path. As I told you, the same for the flooding based routing, in which the nanonodes has to be transmit the data on multiple paths. And for multiple paths, there should be the consumption of more of the energy. So we have to retain the energy level so that we can communicate throughout this networking with a positive and profitable manner. In multipath routing protocols, you always try to find the best and optimized path to route the networking traffic. But in single path, we already have one path and only path that has to be transmitted. Next, we are having energy efficient routing protocols in nano network, and basically these are the types. We are not getting into the detail of these types because we don't have much of the time for the presentation purposes. So I'm not going to add the literature or the work background of energy efficient routing protocols as well as energy inefficient. Here are some of the energy efficient routing protocols. One of them is ECR, that is energy conserving routing. And the next one that has been defined in my paper is MDRRL, that is multi-hop deflection routing reinforcement learning. This basically based on reinforcement learning and has been proposed for energy efficient routing algorithms that explores the routing path with data packet transmission. Here is basically the scheme of MDRRL, how it works. what type of data entry it has to communicate or to transmit the data from one node to another. Next, in our paper, we have energy inefficient routing protocols. Energy inefficient routing protocols, as the name suggests, almost all routing protocols that are not energy efficient are multipath, or you can say flood-based routing protocols. And why these are energy efficient? Just because they have to share the information on multiple paths, or they have to share the information on all available paths. So TTL-based efficient forwarding routing protocols, that is single path routing protocol, they have multipath routing protocols. Each reachable nanonode is allowed to forward the data that may cause redundancy and consume lots of energy. So these are basically comprises of two common schemes. Limit flood area based routing forward the data packet only in the partial area, and the other one is dynamic infrastructure. This routing protocol basically dynamically classify themselves as user infrastructure based on the quality of received packet, and eventually increase computational complexity at every node, because every node has to decide whether the node is infrastructure or the user. So that overall decreases the level of energy throughout the communication. Here I've used the examples in energy inefficient routing protocols, and the examples are radar routing and corona routing. I am again not going into the details why these type of routing protocols are energy efficient, because it's the literature that has already been done and the researchers have already worked upon these type of protocols. Here is the complete comparison table that I have stated here, and cited all the references over here for your convenience, and it's totally your choice if you want to learn, if you want to have a knowledge about them. Some of the comparison studies have the type of application they have used are event-based. Some of them are basically query-based. Similarly, some of the energy management techniques they have used in literature are energy storage. Some of them are energy harvesting. Some of them are energy consumption. So all of these are basically the routing protocols that the researchers or the scholars have already worked on. And the thing that we've studied so far is all the type of routing protocols basically evaluated on the basis of simulation. These are further references and comparisons of existing routing protocols, and all of them are energy efficient. Now, the proposed protocol for energy efficient routing in my paper is here. In the proposed protocol, we have considered the scenario of an environment where different nanoclusters, nanorouters, nanonodes, or you can say nano members, a nano interface and a remote server have been involved. And this is mentioned over here. This is figure number 1. And for the convenience of all of you, I am going to figure number 1 so that we can have a look over it. Here, as you can say, we've divided the protocol into two different domains. One of the domain is IoT domain, that is your Internet of Things, the regular, the traditional, the classical one. And the next one is that is connected through the nano interfaces, Internet of Nano Things. First, we will have the information request or the data request from the server. This request will move to the network coordinator and then to monitoring devices. These monitoring devices then send this request to nano interface. Nano interface will request it to nano routers, and nano routers here basically check under which the nano cluster, each nano router will have the nano clusters, and these nano clusters are basically nothing more than the group of nano nodes or nano machines. Here on the leaf nodes, every nano node will have its energy level stored into it. This energy level should be greater than the set value, the threshold value. If the energy level here is lesser than the threshold value, the nano node will make its status to off or inactive status. That means that the nano node is not available and it will recharge its energy from the environment. Until unless its energy level gains to the set value or the prescribed limitation, it makes its status to on status and then add itself to the nearby cluster. Now, because my work is based on greedy algorithms, so nanonodes have to decide which cluster they have to make a part of, and then which nanocluster have the highest weight to respond to the request that has been generated from the nano interface. Moving to the previous slides, it is assumed that nano interface and nano routers are fixed, but nanonodes are moving. So reclustering in this work has been prohibited so that we can minimize the computational overheads. Once the clustering is done, it's done. Next, we are going to have different messages to transmit our messages to send our data successfully. These are neighbor discovery messages, energy feedback messages, request messages, and answer messages. Neighbor discovery message is the first message to discover the nanocluster available. Energy feedback message would be the response of neighbor discovery that the nanocluster will share. And the request message is basically the message that has been forwarded from the server to the nano interface and then to the nano clusters. And answer message would be the response of this request message. Furthermore, there is the nano cluster formation, and this is the key equation for that. Energy residual would be divided to energy max, and then we will have the weight of nano cluster. The maximum weight of nano cluster, the cluster that will have the maximum weight of nano cluster will be ready to transmit the data or information, or to respond to the request, or to answer to the request. The figure has already been described or elaborated. Here, the graphic routing protocol using greedy algorithms. The greed is just on the basis of a distance that has to be covered. Flooding is not the suitable option for this type of networking because the scarce availability of resources, and here we are discussing the energy level. Inspired from geographical routing protocol used in IoT WSN, in this research work, a forwarding scheme is proposed that reduces the number of relaying nanonodes for set transmission. And for the greedy protocol, this is basically divided into basically 3 steps. First will be the selection of nano router. Second is the selection of next hope nanonode from the nano cluster. And the last is the transmission phase. Here are some of the evaluation reports. There exists request rate per cluster on x-axis and energy available on y-axis. You can have flooding and greedy routing. Both the results have been shown over here. These are the results when the nano cluster are having, each nano cluster will be having 50 nanonodes in each cluster. And these are the results when each nano cluster will be having 100 nanonodes in each cluster. These are the figures, or these are the images that basically show that the amount of energy available in nanonodes and the number of requests per cluster. It's clear that the available energy decreases with the increase in request rate, and the reason is clear because nodes use more energy to fulfill the increased rate of request. Moreover, it also shows that if there will be the decrease in nanonodes per cluster, then it will lower the amount of energy stored in them. Here we are going to have the conclusion part. Conclusion basically states the feasibility of energy efficient system that has been discussed. We proposed a process work on the basis of energy efficiency, and we've also show its evaluation report. In future, we have decided to obtain more of the results from the proposed work, and we will further discuss the behavior of the desired solution by investigating more of the parameters used into it. The nanotechnology and nano devices are the components of next evolutionary world still in its making. So the authors will try to investigate it in more realistic and specific scenarios in future. Here are the references, and thank you so much.
Hello everybody, my name is Michael Gredler. I'm the head of the unit Digital Twin at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, the research university in the Helmholtz Association. I want to talk about our paper, which I headline Embedded Machine Learning for Machine Condition Monitoring. So first of all, I'll give you some back information about this paper. It was conducted as a part of the funding measure Industry 4.0 test environment. This is specially developed for a small and mid-sized company here in the south of Germany. The co-production of this paper is based on the company Notion and the Institute of IMI at the KIT and the Technical University of Sofia, especially the Department of Electronics. This paper first analyzed the basic idea of whether it is possible to develop software of intelligent sensors whose algorithm run on microcontrollers. This paper was driven by the research shown us that the end 2020 that embedded systems provide more than 10% of all digital data. Sharing sensor systems and using cloud and edge computing technology is an alternative for achieving effective processing of large volumes of data and high transmission speed. The paper discussed the capabilities of embedded sensor systems, the design implementation of integration of machine learning, and the algorithm that it is implemented use sensor data obtained in real time. The process of machine learning and classification is demonstrated by real-time experiments. And the chosen hardware platform and machine learning software offer many advantages, such as enabling the sensor system to continuously train, providing an opportunity for real-time analysis, scalability to the algorithms, also work with additional mountain sensors, and traction of data volumes. This paper, based on a study which was performed to the development, testing, and evaluation of a machine learning procedure. So the entire learning process was thus to be executed directly on the microcontroller. The task here was to implement the data compression directly on the sensor for automated condition monitoring of machines with low communication bandwidth. The idea here was to develop software for intelligent sensor that output the status of the machine and not the raw data. The respective algorithm for this are to run on a microcontroller, and the solution approach here goes further than the calculator for Fourier transform. The training and adaptation of the model parameters are also to be performed in a runtime onto the microcontroller, and the learning itself is done by completely locally on the microcontroller. To be able to solve various tasks through machine learning, so it's necessary to obtain results from a trained machine learning model of the embedded system. There are two main approaches for solving this problem. It's cloud computing and edge. With the cloud approach, all data collected from embedded devices are sent to the cloud over the internet so that remote services can be executed machine learning algorithms and then the results sent back. And the distributed computing with the second approach, edge computing, machine learning models are pushed on the periphery of the network. The embedded machine learning refers to the second approach, the placement of the machine learning model in the embedded device and the local execution of the calculations. So the training phase can be done locally or externally. Besides, the main focus of the embedded machine learning is the use of a deep learning training methods. Therefore, for the successful implementation of embedded machine learning, it is necessary to choose the optimal configuration of hardware architecture and the algorithm to achieve a balance between performance and accuracy and cost. When designing a built-in solution for machine learning, a number of questions should be carefully answered, the most important of which are what type of neural network provides the best rate of the accuracy and performance of the particular application, then what type of processor should be used, and how much RAM is needed. So let's talk about what is actually available on the market. and what is state of the art. So during the study, the research on the state of the art was conducted at regular intervals, and the product Bob Assistant of the French manufacturer Categorizing became known. It's a solution in the area of anomaly detection using IoT sensors, which are directly attached to devices to be monitored. But Categorizing promises exactly that with the recently introduced NanoEdge AI Studio integrated development environment for artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. However, the company approaches the problem from a different angle. So instead of developing and optimizing NN models from scratch of each new task, embedded developers will be able to select one from a huge library of prepared models that fit their application. But that's not all. So according to Rubino, it's one of the members of the execution operations. The models are capable of adapting themselves to the application better and better. So here is the link for the YouTube video if you like to see what happens there with the solution. You can do it by yourself. So go ahead. So selection of sensors. So two potential candidates were investigated as an IoT sensor, the Bosch XDK and an analog device evaluation board EVCOG. So the selection of the sensor technology was based on different criteria. ADI was less suitable because it is a development board primary for hardware manufacturers and does not have its power supply using an accumulator. Furthermore, ADI does not have a gyroscope, which is especially important for the detection of dynamic movements and protective housing, which would have to be designed as a manufactured. So ADI has slightly more powerful microcontroller with a floating point, but the main memory of configuration is identical for both sensors. XDK has an accumulator as well, as these accelerometers are gyroscope and also provides wireless communications technology such as WLAN and Bluetooth low energy, which allows the wireless installation of the sensors. Furthermore, XDK offers a slot for micro SD cards, which can be used for recording raw data. For those reasons, XDK was chosen. Yeah, the following milling machine has been selected. It is EC300 with a spindle set Jaeger and primarily worked by Notion and IMI as a mounting location for the XDK on the milling machine had already been selected and evaluated from several possibilities. The second machine is a Aubu i5 robot arm recording for sensor data. This was due to change for configuration of the attachment of XDK card to the robot arm and the subsequent recording of the data for the milling machine. First, the existing software was adapted for XDK to store raw data on an SD card, and the raw data was displayed by CSV format. When recording the data for the robot arm, acceleration data and rotation rate data, several different trajectories were recorded. These trajectories were defined and which differ slightly in individual motion sections. For compatibility, the same program was always used for the selection for tools, and this spindle was operated at speed of 50,000 APM to 35,000 RPM data. Algorithm and software development. The development of the algorithms was done in Python to solve the mathematical and algorithm problems sufficiently well and to extend the existing algorithm. Algorithm approaches were developed and evaluated based on the acquired measurement data in a rapid prototyping environment. Anomaly detection was implemented by deriving feature vectors from the raw data and comparing them to the cluster. The challenge here was the delimitation of the affiliation of a data point to a cluster. Here, different approaches to the distance measure were developed and evaluated. Anomaly detection was implemented by deriving features vectors from the raw data and comparing them to the cluster. So here, in contrast to the planned produce, the processing effort was not reduced, and in the determine the quality of results of performance and evaluation of each development iteration was carried out. For this purpose, a Python script was developed which was applied by the producer of the existing datasets and allows a systematic comparison of the results. The algorithm were trained with a part of the measured data, and the result was checked against non-training data. Let's talk about the implementation and the integration in a test environment. Following the algorithm development, the implementation was done in C. Several requirements were special interested here. The portability of the development sources code should be kept as high as possible. This was achieved by using standard C language constructs without external libraries. This should make the source code as compatible as possible with the different development platforms, and it should be easy to make an algorithm executable on the other microcontrollers on their byte environments here. The optimization of the memory consumption was of a great interest because with lower memory consumption per unit of information, more information can be stored in the main memory of the microcontroller, and thus the trained model can capture more complex relationship. Yes. For this purpose, representation of real numbers reduced to 16 bits was used, which still achieve useful results for the application despite the loss accuracy. The feature vectors and cluster parameters could be represented more memory efficiency here. To be as close as possible to the Python source, the code from the process step of algorithm developed comparison of the results of both implementations were carried out. This was done an automated test to easily perform regression tests during implementation optimization. So it was necessary to optimize the program code concerning computing resources, since all program parts could be proceed within fractions of a second. The result of the implementation was software running on the XDK, which processes acceleration and gyroscope data and can train and processes a model for any anomaly detection with low memory requirements. So the integration in a test environment here, the software XDK has been extended so that the calculated data can be made available via Bluetooth, low energy, and advantages that no additional infrastructure is required. It does not need to integrate it in a local network. This allows a higher flexibility in use. The data was provided via generic attribute profile as a separate Bluetooth profile, which includes an anomaly indicator and measure of model complexity. As a user interface, an Android app was developed. This app communicates via BLA in the XDKs and allows the user to view state-of-the-learned models. Furthermore, the app allows the user to continue training the model. This updates the model in case of misclassification. The app essentially consists of an activity which graphically displays the anomaly indicator and the model complexity as several times. So here shortly I want to talk about our experimental results. You see here feature 1, the differentiation between good signals and bad signals. And the test operation showed the following results here. During the operations, for example, the user had difficulties mapping the anonymous machine states reported by the software to the actual process in the machine. And then there had been program errors that caused invalid results due to incorrect numerical calculation, outliers in the measured data, and not considered disturbance such as impacts had significant influence on the calculated results. Also, faulty classification had to be reported immediately by the user as long as the faculty classification was still displayed and the behavior of the machine and central data did not change. Here was a wish that to be able to consider history in order to make a correction on the model afterwards. The transferability for the model from one XJK to another was also the listed wish here. Now, at the end of this video, we come to the conclusions. Embedded machine learning involves several limitations and need here to compromise. There's no common best practice, and the best way to successfully implement it is to make optimal of use of available resources. So in general, most of the challenges associated with the use of machine learning in embedded devices can be overcome through appropriate software and hardware optimization. That is why this approach is increasingly used. Today there are a variety of software solutions for machine learning, but these are usually only available for the PC and use Python as the programming language. A solution that allows neural networks to be executed and trained on embedded systems such as microcontrollers is not currently available. However, it may be helpful to perform training directly on the embedded system, for example, if an implemented sensor is calibrated itself. This vision for sensor-related artificial intelligence is that can be integrated directly into a sensor system, the artificial neural network also for deep learning. With artificial intelligence for embedded system, development teams has realized this idea and developed a machine learning library in the C programming language that can be run on microcontrollers, but other platforms such as PC, Raspberry Pi or Android are also considered. The technology library currently includes a fully configurable artificial neural network that can generate deep networks for deep learning if the interest is there. The use case was optimized specially for embedded systems. We kept the source code to a minimum so that the KNN can be learned directly on the microcontrollers or sensor, the embedded systems. In addition, the source code is universal. It can be completed for almost any platform. So, since the same algorithms are always used, a KNN created on a PC, for example, is easily portable to a microcontroller. This was previously not possible with the commercial available software solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. For further information, please contact us. Goodbye.
Good day to everyone. My name is Valentin Raković and I will present our paper entitled Flash Crowd Management in Beyond 5G Systems. The work is organized in 5 main parts. We will first start with introduction of the work, then we will focus on the aspects of flash crowd scenarios. Afterwards, we will discuss the aspects for flash crowd prediction and the algorithms that we use. Afterwards, we will analyze the performance of the utilized algorithms, and last but not least, we will conclude the paper. So, conventional network architectures are mainly characterized by static deployment and configuration, which results in inability for them to manage geographical and spatial temporal variations of the users and capacity demands or the fluctuations that can happen. So networking flexibility can present a really challenging problem when flash crowd scenarios occur. Because of the strict requirements that are imposed by flash crowd scenarios, especially the ones related to emergency situations, that they demand or require a shared transformation from the future mobile systems. So basically 5G and beyond 5G systems should associate or focus on aspects such as radio network virtualization, which can somehow address these flash crowd challenges. Basically, radio network virtualization presents a concept of virtualizations of the radio interfaces in a wireless system. And basically, its evolution nowadays, it's stemming towards the concept of Open RAN, or also known as O-RAN. The focal concepts behind O-RAN are the facilitation of open and smarter radio access networks that can rely on intelligence-based technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence. As that, Open RAN can address the issues related to flash crowd and it can address them in a flexible manner. This work basically focuses on the concepts of O-RAN and discusses the aspects of flash crowd scenarios and the integration of O-RAN in flash crowd scenarios. As well, it presents an auspicious solution for its effective mitigation. So in essence, flash crowd scenarios are increasingly important in modern technologies. They represent the situations where a large number of mobile connected users or devices require either urgent or reliable communications. They're characterized by a substantial increase in user connectivity and traffic demand, and they can result because of high concentration of users per unit area, for example, in cases of sports events or concerts, or in the case of high volume of requests per user connection or user connections in case of, for example, televoting or emergency situations. So flash crowd scenarios can impact the system characteristics in many ways, such as the self-densification, the self-organization of the network, resource reconfiguration, system outages and failures, etc. So the most demanding and important scenarios with respect to flash crowd are the emergency situations. In this manner, 5G and beyond 5G systems must be able to facilitate reliable communications in the flash crowd scenarios. On this slide, we actually discuss a possible design of a flash crowd aware system. It is basically based on the Falcon architecture, which is developed in the Science for Peace NATO project Falcon, and it focuses on a 3-tier cloud platform, which utilizes a MEC-based radio virtualization part, as well as a concept of end-to-end network slicing. But the main and focal point of this architecture is the so-called virtual resource manager, which actually, in this case, is responsible for the optimal system reconfiguration under particular flash crowd occurrences. The VRM can proactively detect and predict the underlying flash crowds in the network. So based on this design, we actually focus on the algorithms behind the virtual resource manager that can foster reliable operation in flash crowd scenarios. In essence, the VRM utilizes particular prediction algorithms that can be applied over large plethora of flashcard scenarios. These scenarios and the applied algorithms vary with respect to the information size and the data set that we have. So basically, we can divide them in two generic, or split them in two generic pillars. One is the case when we have large amount of historical information. So in this case, the optimal approach for the VRM is to exploit the prediction algorithm based on machine learning. And the opposite side, on the opposite side of the spectrum, we have the case with limited historical data, which in many cases is the real world scenario, because operators do not tend to store and keep historical data for many years in the historical present. So in that manner, it is more efficient to apply conventional statistical algorithms or advanced statistical algorithms in essence. So when we discuss the prediction and we focus on the prediction of flashcard scenarios, the dataset plays a major challenge. And today we actually have a really difficult task of finding relevant data sets because of the real life conditions in which they are generated. One of the data sets that are readily usable is the so-called city cellular traffic map dataset, which is basically the only one that contains such kind of data that can be used for the flashcard predictions. It provides an analysis of 1 week long traffic, actually 8 days. It's generated by a large population of people, and it offers hourly statistics. So the resolution, the temporal resolution is in hours on a base station granularity. So the C2M data set has a lot of data information points, and we split or we extracted only those that are in interest to our situation, to the flashcard predictions. So we use the following types of data points in the data set. That's the timestamp of the data, the associated base station ID with the data, the number of active users per base station an hour, the number of transferred packets per base station, as well as the number of transferred bytes, because sometimes the number of bytes or packets can be misleading. The number of, for example, the number of packets can be large, but if the size of the packets is small, then we don't have a real flashcard scenario, because the base station will be underutilized in terms of the capacity, and vice versa. So the effective data set size that we used was basically extracted from almost 2000 base station and the 192 hours because of the 8-day duration. And if we combine both those dimensions, the base station and the hours, we end up with around a little bit less than 400,000 data points. So in essence, if we only focus on the aggregate level, or we actually combine all the data and average the data on the network level, then we focus on the so-called aggregate network prediction. Or when we want to extract the features from every base station, then we actually provide prediction based on a cell site. So in terms of the aggregate network prediction, we have limited historical data, only 192 samples, as many hours that we have. In this case, machine learning algorithms are not very suitable because of the data set size, and it's really small, so machine learning prediction will actually foster or impede large prediction errors. Because the data set in general manifests the usual time series behavior, we can use all those prediction models based on statistical models. In our case, we focus on 4 statistical analysis models. There's the moving average, which is the simplest one, which actually provides a moving average of k samples. A more complex one is the single exponential smoothing, where we actually apply exponential smoothing with the alpha coefficient, which has to be aligned perfectly in order to have good estimation of the Y samples. A more precise solution or a more complex exponential smoothing is the double exponential smoothing, which also incorporates the seasonal aspects of the and trends of the time series. So basically, also with alpha, we combine another exponential coefficient beta. So basically, it's a more precise but more complex algorithm. And last but not least, the SARIMA model, which is basically the most complex model, but it's in theory the most precise. It actually transforms the data set, the data set that we have from the time series into a specific time of data set or time series data set that has a statistical behavior that from which we can reliably extract the predicted values. On the other hand, the cell site prediction has a large historical data, almost 400,000 samples, which is suitable for application of machine learning based algorithms. In this case, we actually focus on ML-based regression models that can predict the number of users per cell site on the hourly basis that we have in the datasets. The model actually takes as an input the current as well as the historical, the past 24 hours of the data to make the prediction. The model actually focuses on several features such as the number of users, number of packets, as well as the number of bytes, and the statistical aspects of those features, such as the mean value or the average value, the maximal value, the minimum value, the kurtosis, the standard deviation, as well as the skewness. Based on this, we actually trained four types of regression models: the decision tree, the k-nearest neighbors, random forest, and extreme gradient boost. And based on them, we compare them. We also train them and we compare them with the, let's say, baseline model, the dummy regressor, which is actually the same as the moving average that we described in the previous slide. So based on these algorithms and the data set that we had, we evaluated the performances for both scenarios. And these are the results that you have. Basically, the performance analysis was performed by analyzing the mean absolute error, or the MAE, as the metric of interest, and the data set that we had was split in two parts. 70% of the data set was used for the training of the algorithms, prediction algorithms, and 30% of the data was used for the evaluation purposes. So for the case of the aggregate network prediction, we got the following results. Basically, from the results, we can see that the moving average shows the worst performances, which is a little bit intuitive because it's the simplest one. On the other hand, we see that the double exponential smoothing performs a little bit better than the exponential smoothing because of the trend and seasonality characteristic, as we discussed. So this improvement, it's because of the beta coefficient that we introduce in the prediction model, whereas SARIMA performs best in terms of all, or it outperforms all of the algorithms because it's the most complex and it integrates most type of statistical aspects in the prediction models. In terms of the cell site prediction, actually we can see that the random forest provides the best results, but in essence, all let's say ML-based algorithms outperform the baseline, which is basically the classical, the stochastical based type of prediction models. And this is because we have large volumes of historical information where machine learning is proven to be efficient. We also can see that the random forest provides the best results, but it has the highest complexity together with the extreme gradient boost. On the other hand, the decision tree has comparable performances with extreme gradient boost and random forest, but has significantly lower complexity, which makes the decision tree algorithm more suitable for systems with limited computational capabilities, or in systems where we are actually dependent on rapid and swift designs and decision-making processes where we want the algorithm to swiftly decide and reconfigure the network. In this case, the decision tree is a more suitable solution compared to the random forest or the extreme gradient boost. Although we can see from the results that we have different types of values of the mean absolute error compared from the side cell prediction and the aggregate network prediction. This is because of the fact that in the aggregate network prediction we are actually aggregating the whole information or the data from all base stations or the full network when we do the estimation. So that's why the numbers are larger. So in the end, I want to conclude the paper. So actually, in this paper, we discussed that virtualization of the radio access network can represent an auspicious, flexible technology, which can, in essence, foster efficient system operation under flash-coded occurrences. Its, let's say, evolution towards ORAN fosters the integration of various aspects such as virtualization, but also openness and intelligence. And those aspects can be really crucial for providing efficient operation in flashcode scenarios. Specifically, this paper discussed the potential applicability of Open RAN for flashcode scenarios. And we actually discussed how intelligent-based algorithms can be implemented in such an architecture in order to provide efficient prediction for flashcode occurrences and use those predictions to reconfigure the network in order to provide efficient adaptations of the flashcode occurrences. So the performance results with respect to the prediction algorithms show that intelligence-based solutions can significantly improve the network performances in terms of proactive adaptability and reliably predicting the flashcode scenarios, which is of utmost importance in these types of networks. The results also show that the machine learning-based solutions are especially efficient for large historical information sets. Like in this case, we had a data set of around 400,000 points. On the other hand, when we have small data sets or data sets with low fidelity, or when we have system with limited computational capabilities, we show that actually statistical-based solutions are the optimal way to go because they provide efficient or reliable results when it comes to the prediction with small data sets, which is in essence a really difficult problem to tackle when we don't have enough data points in order to perform a crucial prediction. But also in terms of statistical-based solutions can be more applicable to situation when we want to perform, as we said, decision processes which should be fast or should be computationally not expensive. Our future work will continue on several aspects. First is to extend this analysis to specific flashcode scenarios. So to somehow generate, I would say, data sets that will focus specifically on emergency situations. Because in this case, we will have different time series variations compared to the dataset that we analyzed today, and this will probably trigger different adaptations of the algorithms and modifications of the algorithms in order to facilitate reliable predictions. Last but not least, our future work will also focus on the practical implementation of the proposed algorithms that we actually showed in this work into the Falcon architecture and start with real-world trials and actually show this system architecture as a proof of concept that Open RAN can actually reliably operate and foster reliable communication in terms of flashcode scenarios. Thank you for your attention.
So, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for having me today. It is a great honor to be with you. My name is Anna Maria and I am a PhD student at University of Palermo and Messina in Italy. I will talk today about my recent work called Multilayer Network Analysis, the identification of key actors in a Sicilian Mafia operation. This is the plan of my presentation. I'll start with an introduction about single layer and multi-layer networks, the availability of multi-layer criminal network data, and the use of social network analysis tools in criminal networks. I'll move on with the background explaining the computation of the degree in single layer and multi-layer networks. Then I'll show the methodology and obtained results, ending with the conclusions and future development of my work. During his lifetime, each individual continuously deal with multiple social networks. For a long time, the connections between people have largely been studied with a single layer perspective. One of the most effective social network analysis tools to measure social interactions is the simple graph, which is defined as a set of nodes or actors with edges or links between them, and with no edges connecting a node to itself. But a social network with nodes and edges can be organized into multiple layers, where each layer represents a different kind of node or edge, a different social network or a different community, and so on. The analysis of multiple layers can provide knowledge that is not present in each layer when layers are considered independently of each other. Multilayer social networks appear in a number of different contexts where data are characterized by different sizes, different natures, and different layer semantics. The only one multi-relational network about criminal relationships, as far as we know, was described by Bright and his co-authors in 2015. They focused on 8 types of edges related to the exchange of a particular resource, such as drugs or money, in a criminal network with 128 actors and 731 links. We propose a new and unique real multilayer criminal network derived from the dataset described in our earlier works. I had the pleasure to show some of them in which we used social networks analysis tools to deal with the missing data problem and to evaluate police interventions aimed at dismantling and disrupting criminal networks. Then, we recently started a different kind of study in which we use artificial networks to simulate criminal networks and graph distances in missing data scenarios. To identify leaders within a criminal network, it is possible to use a family of centrality measures aimed at identifying the most important actors in a social network, which is probably the most widely applied set of social network analysis tools in practical context. Centrality is an intrinsically relational concept because to be central, an actor needs to have relations, and an actor might be important because he is connected to a large number of different nodes or because it is connected to other important nodes. We follow 3 different approaches to measure the importance of nodes in multilayer networks using degree as descriptor and to identify the 20 most key actors in our criminal multilayer network. I don't want to go into too much technical detail, so I'll just provide a few definitions necessary to understand my analysis. In a single layer network, the degree of a node can be calculated by adding the columns or rows of the adjacency matrix, which is square matrix used to represent a graph and whose elements indicate whether pairs of nodes are adjacent or not in the graph. The classical concept of graph theory can be expressed using an alternative notation which makes use of tensors and Einstein's notation. Given a set of n nodes, we can indicate the presence and the intensity of a relationship between 2 nodes Vi and VJ using the tensor product. Given the canonical basis in the vector space R to the nth, a set of canonical vectors EI, which are 1 in the ith component and 0 otherwise, the second order canonical tensors are defined by E sub ij, which is the tensor product of the canonical vectors assigned to the nodes vi and vj. The relationship tensor can be written as shown in this slide, where W sub ij indicates the intensity of the relationship from node vi to node vj. In the context of single layer networks, W corresponds to an n times n weight matrix that represent the standard graph of a system that consists of n nodes. This matrix is equivalent to an adjacency matrix, and it is an example of an adjacency tensor, which can be also written using the covariant notation introduced by Ricci and Levi-Civita. A row vector, in fact, is given by a covariant vector and a contravariant vector. The degree vector is simply calculated adding up all the columns of the adjacency tensor, and it is possible to calculate the degree of node vi by projecting the degree vector onto the ith canonical vector. A multilayer network is the most general structure which can be used to represent any kind of network. At the base of this structure, there is the elementary concept of graph. The representation of networks at multiple levels or with multiple types of edges requires structures that have layers in addition to nodes and edges. Using multiple layers, it is possible to represent different types of edges, those among nodes in the same layer called intralayer edges, and those among nodes in different layers called interlayer edges. We use the intralayer adjacency tensor to define the second order tensor W that indicates the relationships between nodes within the same layer K. To encode information about relationships between nodes on different layers, the second order interlayer adjacency tensor is used, and it corresponds to the case in which a pair of layers represent the same layer K, and it is equivalent to the intralayer adjacency tensor of such a layer. The multilayer adjacency tensor can be written using a tensor product between the adjacency tensors and the canonical tensor, obtaining a fourth order tensor. Finally, the multi-degree centrality vector is defined by performing the same projections from the case of single-layer networks using one tensors of an appropriate order. It is also possible to calculate the multi-degree of node vi by projecting the multi-degree vector onto the ith canonical vector. Our unique dataset derives from an anti-mafia operation called Montagna, concluded in 2007. The investigation focused on two mafia families known as Mistretta and Batanesi, which infiltrated several economic activities, including the public works in the northeastern part of Sicily. Our main data source is the pre-trial detention order by the preliminary investigation judge of the Court of Messina. From the analysis of this document, we initially built two undirected and weighted graphs called meetings and phone calls, in which nodes were suspected criminals and edges were meetings or phone calls among them. Starting from the meetings and phone calls simple graphs, we created an undirected and weighted multi-layer network with two layers called meetings and phone calls. The links within layer meetings refer to the meetings among members of the criminal network, while edges in the layer phone calls represent phone communications among distinct phone numbers. The weight encodes the number of meetings or phone calls. We can identify our network as an edge-colored multilayer, that is a network with multiple types of edges, and more precisely, a multiplex network. Each layer have to share at least one node with some other layer in the network to be multiplex. In our case, the two layers share 47 nodes. We also built the aggregate network, merging the two layers of the multilayer network to obtain a single layer network. This process is called flattening, and it is performed creating a new network with one node for each actor and an edge between two nodes if the corresponding actors are connected in any of the layers. We have performed an analysis of the node's importance in our multiplex criminal network. We used a simple descriptor, which is the degree. It quantifies the number of different interactions of each node. The computation of the node's degree in a multilayer network can be done using three different approaches. We can compute the traditional degree on each layer separately on the aggregated network, or producing single numerical values obtained merging the contributions of the different types of edges in the multiple layers. This table gives a summary of the 20 top nodes ranked by their degree in the single layers, phone calls and meetings, in the aggregate network and in the multilayer network. The nodes' importance given by their degree is compared with the real rules these nodes have in the Sicilian Mafia families observed during the Operation Montagna. These rules have been reconstructed by us while reading court documents of the police operation and are available on Zenodo together with the edge list of the single layers networks. A mafia family has a typical structures. On top of the pyramid hierarchical chart is the boss, who makes all the major decisions and controls the mafia members. Just below the boss is the underboss, who is the second in command. In between the boss and underboss is a role of the consigliere, who is an advisor to the boss. Also in between there is the messaggero, who is a messenger who functions as liaison between criminal families. Below the underboss is the caporegime, who manages his own crew within the criminal family in a designated geographical location. Then there are soldiers who report to their caporegime, and they are no more than average type criminals. The final part of a family comes in the shape of associates, who are not actual members of the mafia, but they work with mafia soldiers and caporegimes. An associate can be a drug dealer, a pharmacist, entrepreneur, lawyer, investment banker, police officer, or even a politician. We performed the analysis of nodes degree for each layer separately, the aggregate and the multi-layer networks using MUXWITS and Python. The multi-layer framework allows to quantify the importance of a node across all the layers. In the top 20 nodes ranked by their degree, nodes 18 and 47 are the most important actors, considering each layer separately, neglecting the layered structure in the aggregate network, and also considering the layered structure in the multi-layer network. These two nodes are effectively important because they are respectively caporegime of the Mistretta family and deputy caporegime of the Batanesi family. Using the multilayer framework, it was possible to identify two key caporegimes of the Mistretta family, nodes 61 and 25. The importance of these nodes doesn't emerge from the analysis of the single layers, but only from the analysis of the aggregate network, and even more of the multilayer one. Same for nodes 43, which is the messaggero. Then we can identify some key associates such as pharmacists or entrepreneurs needed in synthetic drug processes or to facilitate the award of public contracts to companies close to criminal organizations. The identification of these figures can be very useful to define attack strategies to disrupt criminal networks. To summarize my main point, we used a real criminal dataset obtained by parsing a 200 pages pre-trial detention order by the Court of Messina during an anti-mafia operation called Montagna, concluding in 2007. Starting from this dataset, we initially built two social networks, one for meetings and one for phone calls among suspects. Since some suspects meet and also call each other, it was natural to identify meetings and phone calls with the layers of a multiplex network. We performed an analysis of suspects' importance for each layer separately for the aggregate network and the multilayer one, which allow to quantify the importance across the whole series of layers. We used a simple descriptor, which is the degree. This measure quantifies the number of different meetings or phone calls of each suspect. We show the top 20 characters ranked by their degree in each layer, in the aggregate network, and in the multilayer network, comparing the resulting importance with the role they had in the Sicilian Mafia families, which are the protagonists of the Montagna operation. As future works, we want to apply to our network other centrality descriptors, such as multiplexity, which quantifies the fraction of layers where a node appears, and PageRank, which was introduced by Google founders and ranks nodes by assuming that more important ones are likely to interact with other important nodes. Then, we want to compute the multiplex participation coefficient, which quantifies the participation of a node to the different communities of a network. A further analysis of our dataset revealed the possibility to build a new multilayer network with 3 layers, one for meetings, one for phone calls, and a third layer for the crimes committed by the suspects. Well, that is all I have for today. Thank you for your attention.
Molo Nyangaris Vincent, and I'm doing a presentation on a mutual authentication protocol for secure VANET data exchanges. And I'm doing so on behalf of my two other co-authors, Anton Joaquin Rodriguez and Anidal Kamel Mukhtar. So on to our introduction. We know that the data and the signaling that is done in a VANET network is done over open wireless transmission channels, and this exposes the exchanged messages to a number of security and privacy violation attacks, exampled by impersonation and packet replace. Now, to address these attacks and other privacy violation issues, schemes have been developed based on the public key infrastructure. Use of schemes are based on identification, anonymity, password, or biometric. However, all these schemes have their own disadvantages. So, for example, we talk about the public key infrastructure-based schemes. Then we realize that because they require the maintenance of a certificate invocation list to be maintained among the communication entities, then this one can lead to high computational overheads. And when you consider the ID-based schemes, then you realize that they are susceptible to masquerading and impersonation attacks, and therefore it means that legitimate entities can be denied access to the resources that they require, consequently leading to denial of service attacks. Now, regarding the password and the biometric-based schemes, they are vulnerable to side channel attacks that can be used to learn these passwords, and also some of these biometric details are stored in the TPD, that is tamper-proof devices. Now, the schemes are based on anonymity, either use digital certificates, pseudonyms, or group signatures. But all these schemes have been shown to not to offer trajectory privacy, and also the conventional signature signing and verification is inefficient because of the high signaling that is involved, and also the certificate storage or revocation leads to high storage and computational costs. Now, to address these shortcomings, this paper developed a protocol that leverages the pseudo identities and the dynamic intermediary security parameters that was shown to offer both identity and location privacy. Then I also used the nonce and timestamps to protect the communication process from replay attacks. And then I also stochastically updated the pseudo identities and other intermediate security parameters and session keys to resist against side channel attacks. And then finally, we utilized the lightweight elliptic curve cryptography together with the hash functions and exclusive OR operations to reduce both computation and communication overheads. Now, the proposed protocol consisted of 5 major phases. We had the authentication server parameter setting, the vehicle registration phase. We also had the login phase, session authentication, and finally the data exchange phases. Now, this diagram just illustrates the three first phases. We have the parameter setting, the vehicle registration, and the login phases. So you can see that during the parameter setting, the authentication server computes a number of secret key sets, which are then sent to the online board unit. Then the second phase, during the login phase, the vehicle supplies its password and pseudo identity to the OBU, which is buffered and also used to derive a number of intermediary parameters that are then sent to the authentication server, which again computes some of the intermediary parameters are released during the communication process before they are sent to the OBU. Now, the next step is that during the login phase, again, the vehicle submits its private key, which is used together with other parameters that have been computed above to compute the OBU's public key before being buffered for future usage. Now, the next phase is the session authentication, and you can see that two entities are involved, that is the source OBU and also the target OBU. And the process begins by having the source OBU compute the secret keys sets and also a number of intermediary and message authentication entities that are sent to the target OBU. And I can see that at the target OBU, these parameters are recomputed, including the session key and also other parameters that will also be acting as intermediary security parameters for the communication process are also computed before being sent to the source OBU. Now, at the source OBU, to protect malicious entities, malicious OBUs from sending malicious data to the source OBUs, these parameters received from the target OBU are again recomputed and checked. Also, the timestamps of the received security parameters also checked to prevent against replay attacks. And then finally, the session key is exalted to another intermediary security parameter before being sent to the target OBU for buffering. And of course, the target OBU is also to recompute this parameter to prevent malicious communication in the VANET network. Then regarding data exchanges, we can also see that two entities are involved, that is the source OBU and the target OBU. And the process begins by having a beacon generated using the pseudo identities, the nonce, and also the timestamps. And also a number of other intermediary parameters are also computed before being sent to the target OBU, where they are again recomputed and validated. The validation also includes the data about the timestamps to prevent against replay attacks. And there's a number of intermediate parameters also computed before being sent to the source OBUs. Again, the source OBU uses to compute the received parameters to prevent malicious entities from sending data and maybe hijacking the network. And also the session key is refreshed before the message validation is computed and sent to the target OBU. It is again recomputed to prevent attacks. Now onto the results and discussion. So the developed protocol was evaluated in terms of end-to-end delays, used packet delivery ratios, and also the performance was compared to other schemes that have been developed, as we are going to see shortly. So on this slide, we're discussing about the end-to-end delays, and to investigate the end-to-end delays performance of our developed protocol. The number of vehicles was increased from 50 to 250, and the speed we used three speeds. We had the slow speed, which was 20 meters per second. We had an average speed, which was 30 meters per second, and also high speed, which was 40 meters per second. Now, if you consider a particular speed, maybe the slow speed, then we can see that as the number of vehicles were increased in the network, then the end-to-end delays also increased, and this can be attributed to the network congestions that crop in when the number of vehicles increase. However, if you consider all the three speed scenarios, then we can see that vehicles with very high speeds generally experience high end-to-end delays, and this one can be explained by the intermittency of the communication process as the speed of the vehicle increases, and therefore it means that some of the packets may be dropped, or at the receiver end there is a fast arrival of the packets resulting from the high speed of the vehicles, and therefore it means that the receivers can be overwhelmed, leading to increased end-to-end delays. Now onto the packet delivery ratio. The same setting was used as that one of the end-to-end delay, and the number of vehicles was increased from 50 to a maximum of 250, and used three vehicle speed scenarios, that is the slow speed, average speed, and high speed. And you can see that considering a particular speed, then as the number of vehicles were increased from 50 to 250, we can see a drop in the packet delivery ratio, and this one can be attributed to the congestion that crops in, and therefore it means that some of the packets may be dropped, and which of course reduces the value of the packet delivery ratio. And considering all the three speed scenarios, then we can see that vehicles moving that speed generally had lower packet delivery ratio compared to the vehicles with slow speed, and of course this one can also be attributed to the intermittency of the communication as the speed of the vehicles increase. Now regarding stability, we can see that as the number of vehicles were increased from 50 to 250, the value of the packet delivery ratio remained fairly well above a value of 9.984%, and therefore it means that in the absence, in the presence of even the the presence of very high vehicle density, the packet delivery ratio remained fairly constant, which was well above 99.984%. Now on to the security analysis. To analyze the security features of the developed protocol, the random oracle model was employed, where it was assumed that an adversary had access to all the oracles, and therefore it means that it can take control of both the authentication and also data exchanges. Now, specific attack models that were deployed included reset attacks, attacks against anonymity, forward and backward key secrecy, password secrecy, and also resilience against both masquerading and replay attacks. Now to inside attack, we realized that in this attack, it was assumed that the authentication server stores the password from the vehicle in a plain text, and we realized that the vehicle, even though the vehicle can send this message where the password is encapsulated in other parameters such as the pseudo identity to the authentication server over the communication channel, then even if an attacker is able to capture this message, then it's unable to recompute the password because of the hashing that is done before this message is sent, and also the encapsulation. It will be very difficult for an attacker to determine which particular part of this message is the plain text password of the vehicle. Now regarding anonymity, then both location and identity privacy was safeguarded by the utilization of the pseudo identities, timestamps, and we used the random nonce, which were exalted before hashing, and therefore it means that the institution of the transmitted parameters cannot yield both location and the real identities of the vehicles. Now regarding forward and backward key secrecy, the session key was generated from random parameters that included the nonce, and also the timestamps also incorporated, and the hashing was also accomplished. And again, we realized that this session key was dynamically changed after every data transmission, and therefore it means that even if an attacker manages to capture the present session key, then it's unable to discern the previous session key, nor can it compute the session key for the subsequent communication. Now regarding password secrecy, we have seen that the password is encapsulated in other parameters such as the pseudo identities before being hashed and sent to the authentication server, and therefore it means that even if an attacker can capture the hash value, then the real value or the plain text value of the password that is used by the vehicle to load the OBU cannot be computed. Now regarding masquerading attacks resilience, then we realize that during the computation of the session key, random parameters include the nonce and the pseudo identities, and even the timestamps were employed, and the nonce were enciphered using a key that was only known to the authentication server and the OBU, and therefore it means that even if this session key is captured by an adversary, then it's unable to compromise the session key for the communication to reveal the communication entities' real identities. On the side of replay attack resilience and the proposed protocol, we have seen that all the exchange messages, they have current timestamps which were validated against the mutually agreed value, and this timestamp freshness checks ensure that the replayed messages were easily detectable. Now the developed protocol was also evaluated in terms of performance using computation costs. We also had communication costs and beacon signing and verification costs. Now on this slide we can see that the proposed protocol had a beacon duration of 0.04 milliseconds, and the beacon verification took a total of 0.018 milliseconds, yielding a total of 0.042 milliseconds. And you can see that this value was slightly higher than the scheme developed in reference 5, but it was slightly lower than the schemes developed in both reference 15 and reference 52. And next, regarding the communication overheads, then you can see that among all these schemes, a number of corporates were incorporated in the beacon generation. So for example, consider our proposed protocol. We use the hash, we use the nonce, the timestamps also, and also some pseudo identities, yielding a beacon size of 46 bytes. So the 46 bytes were slightly higher than those ones of the scheme developed in reference 5, but it was slightly lower than the schemes developed in reference 15 and also 52. Now, although the scheme in reference 5 has better performance than the proposed protocol, it has a number of shortcomings. So, for example, it endorses the certificate authority, which means that CA can be a single point of failure. It also assumes that the RECUs are restricted to domains, which of these, including autonomous region private materials, as an assumption that cannot always hold. And then the security of the schemes developed in reference 15 is mainly dependent on the system key, and therefore it means that it is susceptible to attacks such as man in the middle and other common key compromising attacks. Regarding the security of the scheme developed in reference 52, then we realize that it is susceptible to denial of service attacks, masquerade, and also privacy leaks. And it's a assumption that we have an ideal TPD which is used to store long-term keys is not practical, because we know that these TPDs can be victims of side channel attacks that can be used to learn the secrets that are stored in them. Moreover, the schemes in reference 15 and 52 permanently store sensitive private information. They are tamper-proof devices, which they assume that it's not vulnerable to any attack, but in reality, research has shown that these TPDs can fall victims of both cloning and side channel attacks. Thank you, and that marks the end of my presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriela Barišić, and today I'll be talking about analysis of MPLS and SD-WAN network performances using GNS3. This paper is co-authored with colleagues Ivan Grgurević and Adam Stančić on Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences in Zagreb. First, I would like to go through the table of content. After defining our motivation, purpose, and the aim in introduction, we will define some of the most important features for both technologies, MPLS and SD-WAN, where we will introduce those technologies. That is being followed by configuration and simulation of MPLS and SD-WAN technologies. There, we will see network topology and necessary configuration, as well as additional maybe technologies that were used in order to simulate these technologies. Then we will look into collect the data of network traffic from MPLS and SD-WAN. Lastly, we will bring our conclusions and discuss where future research might go. So let's begin with introduction. I would like to start with what motivated us to write this paper. So the motivation for choosing MPLS and SD-WAN technologies for comparison is their rapid development and the expected potential future applications of SD-WAN technology, as it's something new. The purpose is to determine the applicability and manageability of the software-defined WAN as a concept of software-defined networks. Lastly, the aim is to conduct an analysis of MPLS and SD-WAN network performances according to various recognized factors, such as management, latency, quality of service, etc. So let's begin with MPLS features. MPLS is a standard which enables traditional packet forwarding using labels for better quality and efficiency. Labels are representing packet identification tags with fixed length. Also, I would like to add that MPLS allows packet forwarding through the network so that the information in the packet header is only analyzed once and the further forwarding is based only on label switching. MPLS domain is consisted of one or more MPLS label switch routers, LSRs, that scan and replace MPLS packet labels in order to forward them through the network. Second technology is the SD-WAN. SD-WAN is a specific application of software-defined networking on wide area network connections such as broadband internet or long-term evolution network. It connects the corporate networks, including branches and data centers, over long geographical distances. Software-defined networks, or SDN, is a new network paradigm that is an example of software networks whose basic idea is to separate the control part from the data part. The control plane is all the logic which decides what needs to be done and gives instructions to the data plane on how to implement the decisions. The control plane contains the control and routing behavior such as topological change tracking, forwarding rule installation, routing calculation, etc. The data layer forwards the traffic based on the rules specified by the control plane. Here we have a visual representation of software-defined network architecture. The top part presents control plane and data plane, which were previously described. Furthermore, in the center, we have centralized control part, which is called the controller, and it manages the data planes below, and it is a software installed in the hardware itself. The responsibilities of this layer are data forwarding, local information following, and statistics collection. At the near top of this architecture, there is the application layer, which contains network applications. They can introduce new network features such as security and management, forwarding schemes, or help control plane in network configuration. In the figure itself, you can also see that there are two interfaces. A northbound interface connects application layer with controller, and southbound interface connects controller with the data plane. Moving on to the configuration of both technologies, first we will do the MPLS. The first part of the MPLS network simulation is the core network configuration consisting of 3 Cisco routers. The routers are assigned loopback addresses and interface IP addresses. An OSPF routing protocol is started on each router with enabled LDP. Between the edge routers, those are R1 and R3, we have a multi-protocol BGP, and it's configured with VPN v4 configuration. Once we had the MPLS core network showed in image, we can see that it creates an OSPF area 0. We have added 2 separate OSPF area 2 networks, which in this case represent users' separate locations, which then need to be connected via MPLS network. User locations are also running OSPF protocols, and provider edge routers R1 and R3 are running virtual routing and forwarding. VRF allows multiple instances of routing tables within just one router. This way, it provides automatic traffic segregation, and in our case, it enables PE routers to store routes and forward packets even if different users are using the identical addressing. The final step in completing connectivity between these two sites was a redistribution of OSPF routes. Next, we have SD-WAN configuration and simulation, which was much simpler and easier to do, especially from the knowledge point of view. We used here in GNS3 Open vSwitch and Mininet in addition to create this network. Open vSwitch is a virtual switch designed for the network automation through program extensions, while still providing standard interfaces and protocols. It's a multi-layer software switch, and it's suited for virtual environment. On the other hand, we have Mininet controller, which is virtual environment that enables management of software-defined networks, and it supports OpenFlow. To begin with, the configuration of the physical part of the SD-WAN network was made. It consists of 4 routers, so each site has 2 routers, and router 1 and router 3 are connected via RIP routing protocol, and end-to-end communication is achieved, and there was no additional configuration on Open vSwitch. Finally, the last step was adding Mininet as network controller, which is connected to the Open vSwitch switch. Now we can move to the network traffic analysis, and first we will do the MPLS. In order to analyze the end-to-end MPLS network performances in software tool GNS3, a large quantity, over 10,000 of ping request packets, was sent between the end devices. It shows the MPLS network performance statistics when analyzing the collected packets at the destination device. From the graph, one can see the average maximal and minimal response times to ICMP packets. the average response time of ping packet is stable throughout the graph, and the maximal value was this peak at the beginning, and it was 0.66 milliseconds. Next, we have packet collection, which was done between core and edge MPLS router. It shows the communication of the LDP protocol, which is responsible for the distribution of labels in the network. The LDP messages exchange information on the routes, labels, and address families. Next, we have the SD-WAN network traffic analysis, which was done in the Mininet. First, we have ping test and test bandwidth between two endpoint routers. Mininet enables checking availability among all the hosts by simple command ping all, by which for every host ping packets are sent to all hosts in the network. First figure shows that there are no losses in the network and the reachability is 100%. With this check, it's in fact clear how much testing of mutual reachability of hosts is simplified. In traditional network, such test would require connecting with each host individually and generating ICMP packets towards every host in the network. Furthermore, second figure shows how it's possible with the command iperf analyze TCP network bandwidth and network capacity on the link between endpoint hosts H1 and H4. Such analysis in traditional networks would require analysis of generated traffic, captured and analyzed in tools such as Wireshark to calculate average network bandwidth. Second two network traffic analysis were packet loss configuration and delay configuration. Left figure shows that delays that are caused by configuring delay of 10 milliseconds on 3 links between two hosts results in average round-trip time of 60 milliseconds. The loss of packet is one of the most important parameters of quality of service in real-time applications. On the right figure, shows that by defining the loss of packet by 15% on every link, 1 out of 20 ping packets between hosts and H1 and H2, the loss was much of 70% of packets. And we are at the conclusion. The MPLS network technology was created as Cisco response to provide users with end-to-end service, ensuring quality of service. However, today with technologies such as cloud and IoT, it doesn't provide solutions for modern technologies. However, on the other hand, we have the SD-WAN technology. SD-WAN is application of SDN technology in wide area. It provides flexibility, easier implementation, and efficient network configuration. SDN technologies provided simpler solutions with defining different quality of service parameters with single command, as opposed to MPLS network traffic, which had to be first collected, then analyzed. Considering conducted analysis of MPLS and SD-WAN network traffic, it's visible that without real network traffic, there isn't many quality of service parameters to be gathered from MPLS network traffic in GNS3 simulation. Using Wireshark, analysis of MPLS network traffic showed no packet loss and low response time to ping requests. As opposed to MPLS, utilizing Mininet in SD-WAN simulation, it is possible to manipulate and analyze network parameters from centralized point. It is evident from the conducted research that both technologies have their benefits and drawbacks. Since many users already have implemented technologies such as MPLS, the future research should be based on achieving the interoperability of the traditional routing technologies with an SD-WAN solution. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will have some questions.
everyone, welcome to Fabulous 2021, and my name is Oktanurika from Help University, Malaysia. Today I'm going to present about my research in enhancing European Internet of Things platform assessment key performance indicators. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about introduction to IoT, introduction to create IoT standard, my contribution about the newly added KPIs, and finally, the conclusion. Here is an example of home-based Internet of Things. This house has been installed with aircon automation, gate automation, and door automation. The aircon sensor would adjust the aircon temperature according to the current surroundings temperature. The gate automation system would open and close the gate according to the sensing of its sensor. Likewise with the door automation. This is a visualization of an IoT infrastructure. An IoT infrastructure consists of physical sensors, which could be connected via Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or cellular connection. The data from these sensors will be delivered to the aggregation device that will collect all the data from the connected sensors. And then this aggregation device would send its data to a permanent storage, and this permanent storage would be connected to a data processing platform that may query the data in order to do data analytics. And eventually, the outcome of the data analytics would be visualized or presented on the dashboard. Let us introduce you to create IoT standard. This standard is a set of evaluation methodologies and key performance indicators based on a set of verifications. It has been successfully implemented in large-scale pilot projects in European countries. It consists of 8 dimensions or groups of assessment items. Our contribution towards this IoT assessment standard is that we have added 22 unique new KPIs to this standard that initially consisted of 198 KPIs. Now we're going to deliver our newly added KPIs that we have contributed to create IoT standard. First KPI that we have added is called Options for IoT Device Additions. This implies that the IoT platform should support varieties of device addition methods. For example, plugin-based, SDK-based, HTTP-based, or CoAP-based addition methods. The second KPI that we have added is called Availability and Readiness of Device-Facing APIs. It implies to the ability of IoT platform to receive events from devices, receive filtered queries, send events to devices, and any other features related to this KPI. Our third KPI is called Supported Varieties of Device Types. An established IoT platform should support varieties of device types such as RFID, acoustic, automotive, navigation, pressure, force and level, temperature, humidity, etc. Our fourth addition to the KPIs is called long-term cost efficiency for IoT platforms compatible devices. The chosen devices should be economical. Therefore, locally manufactured IoT devices should be prioritized. Our fifth KPI addition is called device security. Regarding device security, we should minimize the exposure of ports or device services, and we should also implement device registration, and we should also change the device default username and password, implement encryption, etc. Our sixth addition to the KPIs is called platform security at the device border. This implies that we should encrypt connection from the device to the platform's backend, and furthermore, we should also prevent spoofing. Our seventh addition to the KPIs is called size of data storage. An IoT platform should store massive data economically by using data summarization, for example. It should also provide long data retention period and adjustable computing power subject to the load. Our eighth KPI is called service redundancy or high availability mechanism. This implies that the IoT platform should provide service failover, and it should also be able to scale the solution on multiple sites. The other availability features should also be provided, such as multi-site with roaming or multi-site multi-home. Our ninth addition to the KPIs is called IoT platform audit. The IoT platform should be able to check whether devices or systems are in erroneous state, or whether it is correctly configured, or whether the devices generate accurate data. In addition, vulnerability analysis could also be conducted on yearly basis. Our 10th addition to the KPIs is called reporting capability and expandability. The report generation done by the IoT platform should not hamper the IoT platform itself, and it should also be capable to store reports for long period or even for infinite duration. Our 11th addition to the KPIs is called tenant share of events. The platform data should be able to be shared among tenants. These data are, for example, device definitions, sensor data, etc. Our 12th addition to the KPIs is called affordability of service performance. The performance cost should be affordable enough in order to accommodate a certain number of users, data ingested over time, and number of rules. Our 13th addition to the KPIs is called affordability of data storage. The data storage should be economical for future scalability, and also storage scaling should not require any downtime. Our 14th KPI is called value-adding data from external sources or third parties. This is the capability of the IoT platform to integrate freely available external data sources in order to trigger specific actions. Our 15th addition to the KPIs is called Cell Package. The packages of the IoT platform could be divided according to the number of devices, number of users, subscription terms, data ingestion rate, data storage, etc. Our 16th addition to the Create IoT APIs is called Data Expiry. This is related to data aging or data deletion after a certain period, which is usually according to SLA. Our 17th addition to the KPIs is called Tenants Regulated Data Sharing. This is the platform's ability to conduct and regulate data sharing securely among tenants by enabling event subscription. Our 18th addition to the Create IoT KPIs is called Technically and Legally Compliant IoT Platform. The IoT platform should comply to certain standards, for example, secure software development lifecycle, IT security guidelines, for example, OWASP, WASC, ISO 27001, domain-driven design, and other compliance as well. Our 19th addition to the KPIs is called Rule Activity Management, as known as Programmable Rule. It is the ability of the platform to provide an interface to program IoT scenarios by using stateless processors and static rules. Our 20th addition to the KPIs is called Self-Navigation for Reporting and Data Analytics. This implies the platform user's ability to maneuver through data analytics and reporting features independently without the assistance of dedicated data scientists. Our 21st addition to the KPIs is called Comprehensive Reporting and Data Analytics. The IoT platform should be able to fulfill common purposes of data analytics, such as pattern recognition, anomaly detection, frequency finding, heat mapping, etc. And finally, our last addition to the KPIs is called Multi-Tenant IoT Platform. This is the ability of the IoT platform to provide the top boss or the super admin of the company to access all IoT verticals, while a branch manager would only be allowed to access their own vertical. In conclusion, we have successfully enriched the existing Create IoT Platform Assessment Standard with 22 new essential KPIs. These new additions would increase the quality of IoT platform assessment outcomes and may also be used by IoT platforms all over the world. This enhanced standard would also drive new IoT deployments worldwide because it gives confidence of the readiness state of the assessed IoT platform as well as its legal compliance. Thank you so much for attending this presentation, and I wish you a good day ahead.
Hello everybody, my name is Dominic, and today I'll be talking about categorizing Internet of Things services according to security risks. We will start with the introduction, where I will talk a little bit about Internet of Things. After that, I will talk a bit about DREAD methodology and Internet of Things services categorization. And in the end, I'll give you an example of service categorization based on our proposed model. With integration of Internet of Things in our lives, various devices began to gather more and more information about the environment, other system, and its users, resulting in possible exposure of users' private data. These risks became apparent with the first attacks targeted specifically on IoT devices, such as Mirai botnet, where a malware was used to gain control of web cameras and use them to perform denial of service attacks. When looking at the attacks in the Internet of Things domain nowadays, we conclude that there are three main parts of Internet of Things system from security point of view. Those are devices with administration interfaces, network communication, and cloud-based platforms for control, data acquisition, and processing. Most of the attacks in earlier years of Internet of Things focused on administration interfaces and network communication, and the devices typically became parts of the botnet used for further attacks. Since Internet of Things devices are typically low in processing and storage power, they gather data and upload it to cloud, where the data is stored and processed. As expected, most of the data breaches actually happen in the cloud, where malicious individuals or groups gain access to cloud-based platforms. Our goal for this research was to develop a framework that allows service creators to answer questions about their services, based on which they can estimate the risks of their services and get necessary security requirements. We propose the first step toward this goal, a model for categorizing of Internet of Things services based on security requirements. We use a DREAD model and apply it to common IoT services in order to establish a categorization of services with regards to security and privacy. Based on the previous work, we categorize Internet of Things services into 7 categories by area of application, and I'll go through some of the most notable applications and attacks for each category. Some smart city applications are smart waste management, smart parking, smart street lighting, and smart heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. There was research by cybersecurity firm Forescar Technologies that has discovered that thousands of Internet of Things devices in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems are vulnerable to cyber attacks. They show that nearly 8,000 connected devices, mostly located in hospitals and schools, have security vulnerabilities that allow unauthorized access and are very vulnerable to cyber attacks. Changing the temperature set points or switching the device used for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning can harm people in facilities where these devices are vital, such as tunnels or hospitals. Most notable smart energy services are smart grids, smart renewable energy, and remote monitoring and data collection. The most significant malicious software that targets remote monitoring and data collection systems is Stuxnet. It was launched solely to target a centrifuge at a uranium enrichment plant at a nuclear power plant in Iran. Although Iran has not released specific details about the effects of the attack, the Stuxnet worm has destroyed numerous uranium enrichment centrifuges. Intelligent transport system includes smart cars, roadway reporting, and traffic flow controls and communication applications and systems. In 2017, there was an attack on police surveillance cameras, and they were infected with a ransomware. Due to the attack, the local police could not record for 3 days, and around 150 cameras were infected in the attack. The most notable service in industrial automation are smart logistics and supervisory control and data acquisition systems, or SCADA systems. There were a lot of attacks on SCADA systems, and one of the most significant ones is the attack on German iron factory. The attackers accessed the iron plant's office network and used this approach to enter the production network, from where they could cause the damage to the blast furnace. System failures resulted in an incident in which the furnace could not be closed properly, leading to enormous damage to the entire system. The two most common use cases of Internet of Things in healthcare are remote health monitoring systems and remote surgery. An interesting example of attack on smart wearables was when fitness apps shown data acquired through wearable devices, from which it was possible to outline maps of military bases. Some applications of IoT in public safety are critical communication systems and smart systems for emergency response. An attack on this system can result in greater loss of life in emergencies because rescuers cannot coordinate effectively, and the public is not alerted in a timely manner, or inaccurate information is transmitted. The most notable services in smart agriculture are smart irrigation and crop monitoring. Malware can steal data on agricultural material consumption, purchase information, data on agricultural machinery, and so on. Furthermore, malware can interfere with the functions of physical smart equipment, which in turn can have a devastating effect on a particular crop or a farm. Based on done research, we used DREAD methodology to evaluate the likelihood of an attack by exploiting a particular threat. DREAD methodology is a form of quantitative risk analysis that involves rating the severity of a cyber threat. We choose DREAD over other models because it provides a categorization of vulnerabilities based on the threats and aggregation of risk values to a single numerical value and is capable to determine the severity of a threat. DREAD is an acronym that stands for damage potential, reproducibility, exploitability, affected users, and discoverability. For each category, we ask a question. Based on the answer to that question, we assign a certain amount of points to the service. The questions are: how big the damage is if a successful attack occurs, how easy it is to reproduce an attack, how easy it is to launch an attack, how many users were affected by the attack, and how easy it is to find a vulnerability. Based on those questions, we give rating to a service using this table. For example, if an attack on a service can only yield trivial information, then we give that service grade 1 for damage potential, which corresponds to low risk for that category. After we grade the services for all 5 categories, we get a DREAD grade by summing up all points. The final DREAD grade is in a range from 5 to 15. Based on previous research, we propose the following 4 categories. Low risk services for DREAD rating from 5 to 6. Medium risk services for DREAD rating 7 to 9. High risk services for DREAD rating 10 to 12. And critical services for DREAD rating 13 to 15. All previously mentioned Internet of Things services have been rated in this paper using DREAD model. Variations in grades are possible depending on the expert conducting the research. We believe that, based on the data collected in previous work, we have given the most objective assessment. DREAD is a good methodology for getting risk assessment, but it requires experience and expert analysis. Our idea is to enable a more simple set of questions to estimate the risk and enable threat estimation to a wider audience. Here are shown all the services that were categorized in this paper. As it can be seen, most of the services are high-risk services, while we have only 1 low and 2 critical services. The grades were given based on the research of every service and the text on those services. For example, if we are to grade Smart Home, damage potential is very high as personal information can be gathered and security systems can be compromised. Reproducibility is also high, as the attack can be reproduced at any time. Even a novice programmer can make an attack in a short time, so exploitability is also high. Number of affected users is usually small for smart home attack, so affected user is low. And lastly, discoverability is high, as there are even published information that explain some attacks on smart home. This gives us threat grade of 13 and puts smart home in a critical service. In order for any service to be classified into one of the categories without conducting a risk assessment according to threat methodology, we propose the following model of service evaluation. The service can be assigned a grade from 7 to 15, based on the answering of the following question and adding up the received grades. Based on answers, we give certain amount of points, where the more points it has, the bigger the risk it is. The first one is how many people use the service. This one is very similar to the affected users from threat. The second one is, does the system collect personal, financial, or medical information about user or confidential company information? If it does not, then damage from cyber attacks is lower, as there are no leaking of information. Third one is, are the devices in the system physically secured, or are they easily accessible? It is important for every device to be physically secured, because if we can physically access the device that is in the system, then it is pretty easy to launch an attack. The fourth question is the system connected to a public or a private network? A system that is connected to a private network is more secure, as it is harder to access any of its components. Third one is, are the devices active or are they passive? Active devices collect data, and they generally do something based on the collected data, such as changing the color of traffic lights or starting a machine. Passive devices collect data and only send it somewhere. System with passive devices has lower risks, as those devices do not control anything, they just gather data. The next question is, are devices upgradable? Could new software version be put on them? It is very important for devices to be upgradable, so that any exploit that is found can be quickly patched through software. And then the next question, the last one, is there authentication when accessing device? If device does not have authentication, anyone who is connected to the network can access the device very easily, which raises the risk of the attack. As said earlier, the points should be summed up to get the final grade, and then we can get security category based on this table, where we have the same 4 categories mentioned earlier, with rating ranges changed to fit our proposed model. Using these questions, you can rate any IoT service. For example, if air quality system is being made, you can go through questions like this. So the first question is, how many users are using the system? Well, the air quality system is used by only a small number of people, at least in this example. The next one is, does it collect any personal or confidential information? No, it does not, as air quality is some data that anyone can collect. So, are the devices physically secured? Well, in this example, they are, even though there are some situations when devices could just be out in the open to collect the data, and then anyone could be able to access them. The fourth one is, are they connected to a public or a private network? In this example, they are connected to a public network. Well, the devices in this system are passive, as they are not controlling anything, they are only gathering air quality data. They are not upgradable, and there is no authentication to access the device. So, after we analyze and grade our system using these questions, we obtain a grade of 9, which classifies the air quality monitoring system into medium risk system. So, we propose the model for categorizing Internet of Things services based on security risks to the services and their users. The purpose of proposed categorization is to allow Internet of Things service creators to assess the security and privacy risks to services they are developing. We propose 4 service categorization corresponding to risk levels: low, medium, high, and critical, based on the red model. We give a simple set of questions that should be answered by service creator in order to get a total score for the service. thus categorizing it into one of the proposed categories. Finally, we demonstrate how existing services can be categorized into one of the proposed categories, as seen on the previous slide. In the future work, we plan to further examine existing Internet of Things services, especially the services that were breached on any level, and determine the drawbacks that eventually lead to service compromise. Also, we plan to expand the number of services that we look at, so we can get more generalized solution. Based on the detected flaws and issues, the plan is to further tune the questions and categorization in order to get a better fit for possible new IoT services. It is our opinion that in this way, service creators can be more aware of possible risks and take precautions when they really should, in the early phases of service development. Thank you very much.
Good day to dear colleagues and friends. I am Ivan Cvetić and I work as a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Information Communication Traffic at Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences on University of Zagreb. It is really nice to attend the 5th EAI International Conference on Future Access Enablers of Ubiquitous and Intelligent Infrastructures. Of course, that it would be even nicer and better to have the conference live, but hopefully the next one will be outside of these virtual frameworks. Until then, let me present you a paper entitled Analysis of IoT Concept Application, Smart Home Perspective by authors Dragan Peraković, Marko Periša, Marko Krstić, Bri Gupta, and me. I will try to be concise and brief, so let's look at the agenda of this presentation. This presentation is divided in 4 logical parts. First, introduction, where I will say something about research focus. Then I will briefly mention areas of the IoT concept application, and after that I will talk about statistical indicators of the IoT concept application from various sources, and at the end, conclusion of this research. I believe that it is unnecessary to talk about working principles and definitions of Internet of Things concept in the year of 2021. But just to be sure and to repeat it once again, it is at the direction of technological development that has found its application in almost all industries. This concept benefits have resulted in its implementation in a number of vertical and horizontal economic areas, processes, and activities. Due to this concept's wide application, it is essential to have a clear insight in how it is represented in a particular area. This makes it possible to focus future research on various problems in the field of application where it is needed. An example of this is the strengthening of research efforts in the security problems of those IoT concept applications that are most widespread because the security challenges are more significant and their solution is crucial. To this end, it is important to analyze historical and current data on the application of IoT concept and consider predictions of future trends. This research is focused on the analysis of trends in the application of the IoT concept from the perspective of smart home environment. Number of indicators show that this type of application of the IoT concept is the most common. It can attract numerous investments, generate large profits, and introduce specific challenges such as cybersecurity challenges caused by various restrictions imposed through numerous requirements before applying these concepts. Acceptance of and prevalence of the IoT concept require an analysis of this concept application and penetration in various industries that this research seeks to provide. In this way, the scientific community will have a clearer insight into the representation of this concept, which will enable better guidance of future research in various fields and fields of science. An example of this is seen in the potential of research and development of new services, encouraging the application of IoT concept in less represented areas, discovering new areas of application to researching cyber threats in areas where this concept is most widespread, and intensify research on identification and classification of such devices in the network. The concept of IoT can be observed by expanding the existing interaction between people and applications through a new dimension of integration and communication represented by objects. The IoT concept's potential enables its implementation and application in various areas covering society, environment, and industry, and description and indicative example of which are shown in table. Depending on the area of application, objects can be perceived differently. For example, facilities in an industrial area can represent products, equipment, means of transportation, and anything involved in the product life cycle. In the environment, the objects can be represented construction objects, devices for measuring environmental conditions, and similar. Finally, in the field of society, the objects can refer to device in public space, household devices, and such. In applying the IoT concept, it is almost impossible to isolate and subscope of application, but a single service is often applied at a level that covers more than one area. For example, the hazardous waste monitoring service is not applying only to the industry as an application area, but also to the environment and society. The number of IoT devices has been steadily increasing over the last decade. The exact number of devices and growth rate varies depending on the research. According to Gartner, approximately 20.5 billion IoT devices were projected by the end of 2020, while research by Statista predicts approximately 30.7 billion IoT devices by the end of the same year and 75 billion IoT devices by the year 2025, as it is shown on graph. According to Ericsson's global statistics, which refer to the representation of a particular category of connected devices, IoT devices dominance is observed in relation to the dominant mobile devices. Presented figure shows the number of connected devices by categories for the period from 2015 to 2022. According to forecast, IoT devices' annual growth rate is expected to be 23% from 2016 to 2022. Again, according to Gartner, the largest representation and application of the IoT concept in terms of the number of IoT devices used until 2017 was in the area of smart building environments. After 2017, the smart home concept is an environment that brings together the largest number of IoT devices. The representation of IoT devices by application categories is shown on figure or on the graph on the slide, where the dominance of IoT devices in the private sector, which includes the smart home environment, is observed in relation to the business sector. More precise insight into the representation of IoT devices by individual areas of application is provided by the company IHA's market research. Graph shows that the smart home concept records the largest number of installed IoT devices, 822.6 million, than other sub-areas of application. The annual growth rate that is prediction by 2021 is 19.6%, which makes the concept of smart home and the concept of industrial IoT with annual growth rate of 23.4% the fastest growing area of IoT application. The number of smart homes that have implemented smart home IoT devices from each group is shown in top graph. In the figure, the graph shows the prediction of continuous growth in devices implementation from all these categories until 2023. The largest increase is expected from homes with implemented smart home IoT devices from the group surveillance and connectivity, including devices such as smart sockets, switches, and speakers. The statistical indicators presented by Statista indicate a continuous increase in revenues of this group of devices until 2023 by region. The prediction for the Asia area refers to China, indicates an annual revenue growth rate of 35%, while for the US and Europe area it ranges from 70 to 25%. The other fastest growing smart home IoT devices from the groups Comfort and Lighting, which includes devices such as lighting fixtures and the most common devices in this group, and window and door sensors and control devices such as garage doors. Given the ease of implementation of devices in this category, which primarily refers to lighting fixtures, they often represent an entry point for users to implement the concept of smart home. Bottom graph in the figures show the market value for each group of appliances by years, expressed in billions of dollars. Comparing the values and trends of individual groups of devices in top and bottom graphs, the disproportion of market values concerning the number of smart homes that have or will have implemented this category's device is noticeable. The observed disproportion results from the price of devices of this category, which is higher than the prices of other categories' devices. Smart homes that implement smart home IoT devices from the group Multimedia, Security and Energy Management are represented to a lesser extent than the previous two groups. Nevertheless, continuous growth of significant market value are expected for these three categories as well. An essential indicator of the smart home concept's growth and importance is the number of IoT devices per household. Predictions differ depending on the source, so Kaspersky states that currently the average household has 6.3 connected devices, including all types of devices, conventional and smart home IoT, that connect to the internet. A study by Telsight in Australia indicates that the average household currently owns 13.7 connected devices and predicts that by the end of 2021 there will be 30.7, of which 14 will be smart home IoT devices. Given the limited number of statistical indicators that indicate the average number of smart home IoT devices installed per smart home, impact indicators of such devices can be observed through the current number and prediction of the future trend in the number of connected devices, conventional and smart home IoT per user. So Cisco research predicts that by the end of 2021 there will be 4 connected devices per user globally, with the largest number of connected devices, 13 devices in North America, 6.5 in Europe, that is the average value, while the lowest number of connected devices per user is foreseen for the Middle East and Africa, only 1 device. Where is the Republic of Croatia in this IoT map? Comparison of the global market with that in the Republic of Croatia in terms of each category of smart home IoT device penetration rate can be seen in the graph. The penetration rate indicates the ratio of the number of smart homes and the total number of private homes. Despite the indicators that predict a lower penetration rate in the Republic of Croatia compared to the global market, continuous growth is predicted. According to Statista, the value of the smart home market in 2018 in Republic of Croatia was $40 million, and by 2023 linear growth and value of $151 million is projected. The current representation of smart homes in Republic of Croatia is 0.14 million, with an average price of implemented IoT devices of $441, almost $42 per smart home, and by 2023 0.36 million smart homes are predicted with an average price of $420 per smart home. The analysis of trends in applying the IoT concept presented in this paper indicates its strong growth in several economic and application areas. Globally, by 2025, the total number of IoT devices is predicted to exceed 75 billion. That indicates the need to invest significant research efforts in many areas because the stated number of devices will have implication, for example, resulting from or being a cause and the driver of numerous needs and requirements. There is a need to increase cybersecurity, reorganize business and business processes, and need for new business models or improvement of existing ones, develop higher performance and capacity network equipment, optimize communication networks, and many others. The results of this research indicate a significant increase in the application of this concept in the private segment, which focuses primarily on environments such as smart home, which shows one of the highest annual growth rates with industrial IoT and among the largest number of IoT devices in use. An additional analysis of trends in applying the IoT concept in the smart home segment concludes the positive growth trend in smart homes that have installed IoT devices from different device categories, with those devices from control and connectivity category standing out. Besides, all categories of IoT devices applicable in a smart home environment record significant revenue growth, with a prediction of future growth, which indicates the business importance of this area of application of the IoT concept. The positive trend of penetration of IoT concept into households is also visible in the Republic of Croatia, which monitors global trends. The analyzed indicators precisely and ambiguously indicates that the concept of smart home is currently the most common and fastest growing area of application of the IoT concept. According to the analyzed and presented indicators, the critical role in researching the application of the IoT concept in the smart home environment is exact. Numerous research problems and issues arise, such as cybersecurity, communication network optimization, and adaptation to the smart home environments, requirements in the access and core segment, network segment, development and implementation of innovative services and applications of IoT devices in the households. The authors will try to address these research domains, of course, in the future research. And with these concluding words, we got to the end of this presentation. I would like to thank you all for the attention, and of course, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me on this email address or visit our department's web page, my ResearchGate profile or ORCID profile. And hopefully we'll see each other on some other event that will be held in person. Until then, stay safe.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Josef Husar and I am the pleasure to present you on the 5th EAI International Conference FABULOUS, the article be titled Augmented Reality as a Tool of Increasing the Efficiency of RFID Technology. My idea of paper. The paper is focused on using the possibility of implementing RFID technology with augmented reality. Today it has become an element that is becoming more widely known. In this article, we gradually focus on 2 second measurements in 2 display units. The first alternative used for the measurements is the use of UHF Bluetooth RFID reader with smart glasses on the platform on the Android system. The second alternative is the use of industrial readers in Internet connection, its connection to the local Wi-Fi network and smart glasses Microsoft HoloLens 2. But reading systems work on the principle of ultra-high frequency and 3-4 different RFID tags are used in label, industrial and metal case. For the laboratory measurements, we tested the reading distance of the RFID tag and the ability of intuitive control of application. Based on the findings, it can be deduced that the implementation of augmented reality can help online monitoring and tracking the progress of production. As a concept, it is based on the BAT proposal from the Kanban system. The advantage is that has suggested version are mobile and can be directly implemented in manufacturing enterprise. Augmented reality. That means the term augmented is something improved and expand added. Its principle
the term augmented reality means a simple combination of real and virtual computer-generated world. The clarify that is combination looks like imagine a real object captured on video or camera, where we use the technology to expand this image on your real world with another set of digital information. Augmented reality obtains this information from various information sources using application offline or online. In essence, this kind of reality present use in a real natural world enriched with elements of virtuality. Augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality. Mixed reality is very similar to augmented reality, and it is not always easy to recognize. Mixed reality refers to any combination of virtual and real existence. Unlike augmented reality, in addition to adding digital projection to the actual physical environment, in mixed reality we can also move with this change and create interaction. Virtual reality is often defined as the artificially computer-generated simulation in which we use delves into situations that do not contain any elements from the real world. Usually, it is pretended place that do not exist. It is purely simulated reality. Let's compare with augmented reality, which visually only adds imaginary object in the real imaging. Reality virtuality continuum includes all possible composition and variation of the real and virtual objects, because on the hand or purely natural real environments is defined as, and the other end of the imaginary scale where is only a virtual environment, otherwise called virtuality. It is this concept what we want to use in our design, connecting the real world to augmented virtuality. Augmented reality device. We can use four standard systems. One is the holographic display, head-up display, smart glasses, and handheld smartphone base. Head-up display has three main components: projector units, C-glass, and computer. Today, HORI are mainly used in automobile as assistance information or navigation system. Holographic display show in a true 3D image easily using a spatial light modulator. The holographic system uses a prism to connect light from the holographic display to the environment. Smart glasses are very popular in the company, which are on the market in two types: video C or optical C glasses. For their operation, they use many sensors and highly developed optics to add augmented reality to user environment. The last is handheld display, are the most affordable and the most widely used augmented reality devices. We include smartphones, tablets, and similar devices that have their operation system iOS or Android. RFID system. The basic principle of operation of RFID technology is that has the antenna of the RFID reader generates the electromagnetic field, which has a specific distance and shape of the range. RFID tags come between range of the electromagnetic field and its antenna receives the transmitter signal, and introduction in the antenna coils includes a voltage that serves as a power source for the RFID tags. The tags microprocessor processes the signals from the reader and makes available the information about the marked object contained in the EPC code. The antenna of the powered RFID tags begins to transmit a signal which the readers detect and send the object information to the host computer system. The basic RFID system consists of RFID tag, antenna, reader and middleware. Work methodology. As already mentioned in the introduction to the article, this issue of augmented reality is very extensive. In our proposed concept, we use the principle of real virtuality continuum, which means using augmented reality and reading data directly in time using the smart glass. Therefore, we focused on presentation of individual components that we will use in our design. We deal with two possibilities in implementing RFID measurements. One is the use of smart glasses with a direct connection using Bluetooth RFID reader and reading RFID tags. And the other option is the connect on the local Wi-Fi network using the smart glasses and read the data from the static RFID reader from the PLC output. Other components. The first component is the smart glasses Epson Moverio BT 350. Its advantage is low per head price, but the problem area is that they work on the Android system. Therefore, the software has to add it to this system. It can also be considered an advantage as creating Android application is not complicated. The problem is that these smart glasses can only be operated with a control tracker that is connected with a cable. The second component is Microsoft HoloLens smart glasses. They work on the Windows holographic system. The advantage is the glasses are autonomous and the control is performed using hand and gesture. RFID components. The principle of dividing components into hardware and software was used to two distance RFID system. The basis of the hardware part of the RFID system is a RFID tag which contains unique information in a unique EPC code on the market object. Another component is RFID reader, which an antenna which is used to read the story of the forward for processing via intelligent software. We use two types of readers in your system. One is mobile and the other is static mobile RFID system reader with antenna. The software also needs to be added for these readers. We will use RFID Explorer software for the mobile reader and Semantic Web Controller for the static reader. The all parameters of RFID tags you can see in this table. Measurement using static and mobile system. In the left side you can see connection RFID reader with smart glasses. And in the up we can see the static system, in the down we can see the mobile system. Little description of this system I will present now. The connection of this system consists of the use of industrial components. First of all is the complex RFID solution from the company Siemens, and this relation is the tag, antenna, reader, PLC, display unit and Wi-Fi network. The research workplace is in the laboratory of lean methods, located in the Faculty of Manufacturing Technology with a seat in Prešov of the Technical University of Košice. The user has smart glasses on and he connects to the local Wi-Fi network together with PLC. The PLC processes all signals recorded from the readers to antenna. The second system is the mobile system, and for these measurements we use the mobile reader TSL 1128 reader and information transfer using Epson Moverio BT350 APs. The advantage is in the simplicity of connection. For measuring and identifying the RFID tag with the EPC code, only glasses and the reading device are sufficient for us. The scanned data is transferred via Wi-Fi to server to concrete software program. Advantage and disadvantage for mobile and static system. For the mobile system, we have advantage something as simplicity, a system considering two components, reader and smart glasses. Mobility allows loading anywhere in the business premises, low acquisition cost, the price of involvement is up to 2,500 euro, possibility to modify the application and outputs, uploading data directly to the glasses or sending them to the database. Disadvantage, tracker control. There is not keyboard on the smart glasses pointing device and the glasses are controlled by the pointer. Battery life, the smart glasses are not built for active connection of RFID reader via Bluetooth and online sending of data to the database via Wi-Fi connection. This connection allows 1 hour life. Static system, advantage and disadvantage. Advantage are the accuracy of information, the created gateway allow at 100% reading of all tags. Battery life, Microsoft HoloLens glasses with a connection of Wi-Fi and standard control have an experience something about 4 hours. It means that the worker is not forced to change the glasses frequently. After connection the power bank, it is possible to extend this duration of use. Hand control, intuitive and between 2 minutes the user can quickly see. He uses gesture and virtual keyboard at work. Working environment, the glasses work on the Windows holographic operation system. This environment is similar to ordinary Windows and therefore working with ease is not complicated. Disadvantage, high acquisition cost. The price of involvement is at least something about 10,000 euro. Gesture control, sometimes they are necessary click through to using the wrong gesture. Problem with long-term use. After a long time of using glasses in augmented reality, you need to get used to the real world. Conclusion. In the presenter, we focus on the possibility of using augmented reality, especially smart glasses, as a tool for performing RFID measurements. The article has designed for 2 systems. The first is in mobile system and its crucial advantage, and that is the can identify high RFID tags in space, and the user can move around the production without restriction. The readers is cheap and easy to use. The second system is static. Its disadvantage is that it has a fixed reading area, which means that user can read the scanned data anywhere and in any amount. It is sufficient to connect to a common local network. The main goal of the article is to remove standard display devices from production and replace with smart glasses, which we confirmed in 2 concepts in this article. The idea of further direction of the research team is the future are to optimize the hardware and software sides of commercial purpose of manufacturing companies and to put the knowledge acquired to far into practice. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please contact me by email.
Hello, my name is Marko Matulin and I will present the paper User Quality of Experience Comparison between Skype, Microsoft Teams and Zoom video conferencing tools. I wrote the paper in co-authorship with my colleagues Štefca Mrvelj, Borna Abramović, who are both working at Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences, University of Zagreb, and former students of that faculty, Tomislav Šoštarić and Marko Čevan. Marko is currently working with Ericsson Nikola Tesla here in Zagreb. About this presentation, I will talk a little bit about our motivation to write the paper and do the research. Then we will quickly go through the quality of experience context for video conferencing. I will show you the survey design which we conducted, and of course I will discuss the research results and conclude this presentation at the end. So what was our motivation to do this research? Well, first, if you look at the numbers, video conferencing market as such is one of the major COVID-19 winners, because during the pandemic and lockdown measures, majority of business activities moved online, and so the video conferencing technology came to the fore. So if we look just at one platform, Zoom, which is the biggest platform today for video conferencing, in 2019 they had in average 10 million users per month. However, if you look at last year, they reached a peak in April when they had 300 million meeting participants in one day. For the last year, 2020, it was estimated that the market worth was $6.4 billion US, so considerable market size, which is expected to only rise in the upcoming years. But when you look at what amount of research is available regarding quality of video conferences, then you can find out that there is not so much research about these new video conferencing tools and how they perform in the quality of experience context. So this is why we embarked on this research path. I have announced in the beginning that I will talk about quality of experience context for video conferencing. And this is just a figure to show you that when we speak about quality of experience, we have two sides of the story. One side of the story is related to what can be measured in terms of network performances in the core network or in the access network. However, when we look at the other side of the story, then we can see that there is a number of factors which can also impact user quality of experience. So, for example, ease of use of the application, quality of design, service price or security, or, for instance, user age group, social context, and so on. But also you have specific factors which are related to a user. So this is more about application design and the user environment, while you have also different factors related to a user. For instance, her or his perception about the service, expectations, previous experience, or their internal state. So there is a lot of factors which are not easy to measure. So how to quantify those factors? Well, you should conduct a survey, which is exactly what we did, asking our users about quality of video conferencing meetings which they had during these lockdown measures. Now about the survey, we used a Lime survey platform to design and deliver the online questionnaire. The questionnaire contained 31 questions. It took 15 minutes to complete. During the course of 4 weeks, we were able to collect 542 completed questionnaires which were suitable for further analysis. So in this survey, among those 542 participants, we had 49 users which are mainly using Skype for video conferencing, 96 which are mainly using Microsoft Teams, and 104 users which are predominantly using Zoom. During the survey, one of the questions was to rank the video conferencing applications based on how frequently they are using it. And these are the 3 applications which are most commonly ranked as number 1. So Skype, Microsoft Teams, and Zoom. So now in this paper, we are focusing only on these users to find out what were their experiences with video conferencing, to see if there are any differences between these 3 applications. Now, if we look at the users who are predominantly using Skype, then we can find out different things. I have put here the gender distribution of those 49 users, also their age distribution. On the top right image here, you can see the distribution of the number of meetings which they had in the past month. And this month is measured from the time when they were completing the questionnaire. Regarding on which type of devices they usually connect, this is the distribution. So when we are talking about Skype, most of the users connected with their laptops, then desktop computers, then smartphones, and lastly their tablet devices. What was the most common meeting purpose? It was mainly for work, and for education. And by education, I mean whether to give or attend lectures. But you will notice in the next slides that for other two platforms, the share of meetings which had the purpose to meet with family and friends was considerably lower. So significant share of Skype users use it also to talk with their friends and family. Now, when we compare these numbers with Microsoft Teams, you can also see now the gender distribution and their age groups. Now we can see that regarding the meeting purposes, there is fewer users that are using Microsoft Teams to talk with their family and friends, and there is more users who use it for work. This is, of course, expected results because Microsoft Teams is usually a service which is provided within the Office 365 package, which is mainly used for work. So this is an expected result. What is also noticeable for Teams, most of the users are also using laptop computers. Lastly, we have Zoom video conferencing platform. Now here, regarding the meeting purposes, it is somewhere between Skype and Microsoft Teams. There is more users who use it to contact with their family and friends compared with Microsoft Teams, but not so much compared with Skype. And we could say that mostly the Zoom is used also for work and for education. And what is also interesting about the Zoom video conferencing platform, if we look at the share of the smartphones, we can see that it is quite high share. So in Microsoft Teams and Skype, most of the users used laptops to attend or held meetings, and this is also the case for Zoom, but this share of laptops is somewhat lower. More users use smartphone when they're on the Zoom video conferencing platform. And now I would like to talk about the obtained results. I have 3 slides that contain the figures of the same format. On each figure you have 2 lines. The green line will show you how frustrated it was for a user when they experienced a quality degradation. And the blue line, which is on this secondary x-axis, will show you how often the degradation occurs. So on the left we have echo in the audio. On the right we have high-pitch audio. I should mention that users value more audio quality over image quality when we are talking about video conferencing. So if we look now, we can see regarding the frequency of how often the degradation occurs. We also used cumulative distribution function, so just to note that. So we can see that close to 90% of our respondents experienced this type of degradation never, rarely, or occasionally. So pretty much the same if we look all the 3 platforms. But if we look at how frustrating it was for our users to experience this particular degradation, then we can see that for Zoom, we have somewhat better results compared with the Teams or Skype, because if we look at the moderately frustrated level, we can see that for Skype, close to 70% of the respondents were moderately frustrated, or they were a little bit frustrated, or they weren't frustrated. Which means there is a higher share of those respondents who were actually quite frustrated to the max. If we look at the Zoom platform, this share is over 70%. Here, for Teams is also under 70%. So there is more users that are experiencing higher levels of frustration for Teams and Skype when echo occurs. If we look at the high-pitch audio, we can also see that the curves are quite different, especially if we look at the Skype. Here, again, if we look at the moderate levels of frustration, 60% of our respondents stated that they were moderately frustrated, or they're a little bit frustrated, or they weren't frustrated, which means that 40% of the users were actually frustrated in some way. If we look at the Teams and Zoom, we can see that these two graphs are now somewhat similar. Regarding the frequency of how often the high-pitch audio occurs, we can see that it is also similar between all three of the applications. Now we have the same type of graphs, but for degradations related to the image quality. And you will see that we have quite different results. At first, you can see that they are more similar between the three applications. And if you allow me to quickly go between the slides, so this is for audio, this is for image, audio, image, audio, image. So you can see that for the image there is slightly fewer levels of frustration in all three applications here. This is because, like I already mentioned, the audio quality is more important to the users compared to the image quality. So when the degradations occur in the image itself, it is not so frustrated to the users. However, there are some differences. For instance, we can see that for Skype, we also have lower score on the cumulative distribution function if we look at the moderate levels. And lastly, I want to show you what were the user opinions regarding the disconnections from the meeting. They are shown on this slide. So on the left, you can see what happens with users if they are disconnected from the meetings. And on the right, you can see what happens to them if other meeting participants are disconnected. So again, if you allow me to quickly go between the two slides, so this is the image quality, disconnections, image, disconnections, image, disconnections. You can see that these graphs are also quite different. We can see quite a bit of difference between the applications itself. If we look at the frustration levels, again for Skype, now we can confidently say that this is the most frustrating quality degradation, especially for Skype users. If we look at these percentages, we can see that 40% of our respondents responded that they are moderately frustrated, a little bit frustrated, or not frustrated at all, which means that there is a higher share of those who are quite frustrated and frustrated to the max. Now, when we see the Zoom platform is somewhat similar, because we can see that also slightly above 40% of the respondents responded exactly like those from Skype. Now, when we look at what were the frustration levels of our users when other meeting participant gets disconnected, then we can see that the Zoom users are more frustrated compared with other two applications that we analyzed. One difference here, which can also be observed, is the frequency of this quality degradation. We can see that for Microsoft Teams, when we analyze this frequency, which means that the degradation rarely happened, around 75% of our users stated that it never happened or it happened rarely, which is higher compared with the Zoom platform or Skype platform. This can also be explained, as I mentioned, that Microsoft Teams is usually provided within the company, and the company probably has its own telecommunication infrastructure. So there are fewer meeting disconnections on this platform compared with more publicly available platforms such as Zoom or Skype. And now to conclude, we witnessed that disconnections during the meetings are most adversely perceived quality degradation, especially for Skype and Zoom users. We could also see that even though various applications provide more or less similar functionalities, they can create different user experiences. We witnessed that for echo in the audio and for high-pitched sounds, as well as for meeting disconnections. Like I said, when we analyzed the degradations related to the image, we didn't find major differences between the three applications. We also saw that regarding meeting purposes, Skype is somewhat balanced between work, education, and seeing family and friends, while Microsoft Teams is mainly used for work, and the Zoom is balanced between work and education. So different platforms are used for different meeting purposes. One of the interesting results was also to see that a considerable share of Zoom users use it on handheld devices. This is unlike the other two platforms. Other two platforms are mainly used on laptops and desktops, which is also the case for the Zoom users, but there is a considerable number of Zoom users who use it on smartphones as well as on their tablets. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please contact me. On this slide you have my contact information. I hope that you enjoyed my presentation and see you on the next Fabulous 2022. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you our paper with the title Augmented Reality as a Tool of Increasing of Competitiveness of Enterprise. What is the definition of augmented reality? Augmented reality is an enhanced version of the real physical world that is achieved through the use of digital visual elements, sound, or other sensor stimuli delivered via technology. It is a growing trend among companies involved in mobile computing and businesses applications in particular. Augmented reality application to enhance the world in any numbers of ways like superimposing images, aiding real-time directions, inserting labels and changing the colors. According to the technology used, augmented reality is divided into 4 types, namely augmented reality based on brand scanning, augmented reality without the use of the brand sensor, augmented reality based on projection, and augmented reality based on superposition. Firstly, augmented reality based on brand scanning. Augmented reality based on brand capture uses camera in the device to distinguish the brand from any other object in the real world. Clear but simple patterns are used as marks, like QR code, because they are easy to recognize and do not require much reading power. The position and orientation at which a particular type of content or information overlaps the brand is also calculated. Augmented reality without the use of a brand sensor. As one of the most common types of augmented reality, it is used without the sensor. That does not use touch sensor. This type of augmented reality uses GPS, a digital compass, speedometer and accelerometer to make the augmented reality software work. Behind the spread of this type of augmented reality is, in the particular, the wide availability of smartphones which contain the necessary location detection technologies. Augmented reality based on projection. Projection augmented reality works by projecting artificial light onto a surface of the real world. Projection-based augmented reality applications allow human interaction with augmented reality by capturing social interaction with projected light. Detection of user interaction is performed by distinguishing between expected projection and altered projection. The last, augmented reality based on superposition. Augmented reality based on superposition either wholly or partially replace the original view of the real object. In augmented reality based on superposition, object recognition plays vital role because the application cannot replace the original statement with enhanced view if it cannot recognize the object in the scene. The Unity software with Vuforia extension was used to create the augmented reality application from the enterprise PTC. Unity software is used to create virtually scene using the Vuforia extension and can be displayed in the form of augmented reality. Before installation, the specific version of Unity software, it is necessary to install Unity Hub. Unity Hub is a standalone application that streamlines the search, download and management of Unity projects and installing different versions of Unity software and extensions. After starting the Unity Hub, it is necessary to click to install it and download the new version of the software that has not yet been installed on a given PC. When installing Unity software, there is an essential section in which we need to select version Unity software. By entering the name and confirming the license, Vuforia will provide us with a license key that must be kept for use in the Unity program. One way to overlay the real view of the print marker is to overlay with another image, such in Notion, and add it to the marker directly. The first is necessary to create the quad element in the tree directly below the image target that the user wants to replace. Typical pictures are in format that cannot be used immediately to define the material. For these images, we need to change their texture type directly in Unity to sprite and apply the changes. After downloading the 3D model, it is necessary to move it to the bottom of the Unity software from Windows Explorer. After adding, it is needed to move directly to image target in the hierarchy of the project. The application consists of 5 scenes. In the augmented reality scene, there are 8 markers, 1 basic user, an environment that prompts the user to capture any marker from the product list, the relevant catalog, and another 8 user environments which are activated according to the current one scanned quality. By moving to the augmented reality scene, it is possible to continue using the application gradually by checking markers in the catalog. When scanning the marker, application prompts the user to cover one of the 3 color variants of the product with fingers from the camera's point of view. Presented research shows the possibilities of using augmented reality for promotion products by interacting with the catalog. In addition, it offers the opportunities of interacting with the content applications using virtual and raycast buttons, from changing scenes to launching 3D animations model. These types of applications has a complete application in practice, but is necessary to take into account specific the cost of using technology to develop such an application. For commercial purpose, it is essential to count on higher prices, but not just wage developers, but also on the technologies used to develop the application. The future of the augmented reality we see in the education and research. Researchers are already attempting to find new beneficial ways to use augmented reality in training situation. The most attractive is using augmented reality by distance learning. E-commerce, many enterprises will be integrating augmented reality into their websites and mobile applications. Digital marketing, augmented reality technologies will continue to improve the way of customers engaged with brands. Marketing augmented reality will likely be seen in packaging, on street signs, through gaming applications, and through interactions with other products. Engagement marketing or experience marketing provides consumers and encourages them to participate in the evolution of a brand. Combination with digital marketing provides synergy, resulting in an overall better brand presence, recall, and recognition. Thank you so much for your attention, and don't hesitate to contact me if needed via my email. Thank you so much once again, and have a great event.
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, my name is Aleksandar. I'm Assistant Professor in the Department of Hydroaerodynamics and Hydraulic Machines at Faculty of Power Engineering and Power Machines in Technical University of Sofia, Bulgaria. I would like to present to your attention an article on the subject Robust Stability and Performance Investigation of Electrohydraulic Steering Control System. The article contains introduction. Second section presents uncertain servo system model with three subsections for power steering system description, CAN communication system, and system model. The third subsection presents design of LQG and H-infinity controllers. Fourth section presents robust stability investigation of system with LQG and H-infinity controllers. The next subsection presents experimental results for performance verification, with two subsections for implementation of design controllers and comparison of experimental results. The final section is conclusion. The article introduced a robust stability and robust performance investigation of two embedded systems for control of electrohydraulic power steering in mobile machinery. They are based on advanced control techniques, linear quadratic Gaussian controller and H-infinity controller. The synthesis of the two controllers is performed via experimentally estimated single input multiple output state space model. The 30% input multiplicative uncertainty is introduced in estimated model. In this manner, a deadband of proportional spool valve position is taken into account. The deadband is constructively implemented to provide safety requirements of electrohydraulic power steering. The robust stability and robust performance analyses are done by determining a structure singular value of the above closed loop control system, which are represented in M-delta structure. The workability of the above system are verified through simulation and real-world experiment on laboratory test bench. The main goal of this article is to present the results of robust stability and robust performance investigation of two embedded systems for control of electrohydraulic power steering in mobile machinery. The development schematic solution of the test bench contains tank, fixed displacement pump, electrical motor, main pressure relief valve, gear flow meter, and the main component electrohydraulic steering unit type OSP 1200 produced by Danfoss. The plant is a double-acting symmetrical servo cylinder. The schematic solution of the test bench is subject to the requirement to operate in two modes of operation: mechanical by steering wheel and digital mode by electronic joystick. A digital control system has been developed in which a computer is configured for input device. It contains computer with LQG and H-infinity controller, which are embedded into the microcontroller type MC012, supplying a control voltage to PV module built-in electrohydraulic steering unit. The PV module controls a proportional spool valve. The proportional spool valve determines the direction of movement of the steering servo cylinder. The test bench is realized in Department of Hydrodynamics and Hydraulic Machines at Faculty of Power Engineering and Power Machines in Technical University of Sofia based on preliminary 3D modeling. In order to design controllers based on advanced control techniques, it's necessary to derive a linear state space model of the plant. In this case, a black box type model of electrohydraulic power steering system was obtained through identification procedure using experimental dataset. The details of identification are presented in previous authors' works. In this section, only a short representation of identified model is shown. The system can be modeled sufficiently well with third-order state space model with single input and 3 outputs. The input is a control action. The first output is the proportional spool position, which measures and directs the flow through the steering cylinder. The second output is the measured flow rate consumed by the cylinder. The third output is the piston position, which determines the steering angle of the wheels. The state space form of estimated plant model are presented, where x and y are state vector and output signal, and E are residuals that are white Gaussian noises. The matrices of the model are presented. Further, the deterministic part of model will be regarded as nominal 1 and will be used for H-infinity controller and linear quadratic controller design. The stochastic part of model will be used to design a Kalman filter to guarantee the safety working conditions of embedded electrohydraulic servo control system. The positive overlap in proportional spool valve edge is imposed by standard, which leads to deadband in its response. This valve determines the direction of movement of the steering cylinder piston. From control point of view, this deadband is significant non-linearity. It can be regarded as a source of uncertainty in influence of control action to the plant. Other source of uncertainty is the plant dynamics and the identification method errors. To account for all sources of uncertainty, the multiplicative uncertainty to control signal is added as shown in figure. The plant model with input multiplicative uncertainty is obtained as G, where delta is bounded uncertainty linear time invariant object, and G nominal is nominal plant transfer matrix. In this manner, the uncertainty in control signal may achieve 30%, which is sufficiently large. In left and right figure, the step responses and frequency responses for 30 random values of plant uncertainty are shown. It should be noted that the uncertainty is constant respect to the frequency, which is conservative assumption. In time domain, the uncertainty is secured in time constants and in static gain. The model is regarded as nominal plant model. It's used to design the LQG and H-infinity controllers. The detailed description of procedure for LQG and H-infinity controller synthesis is presented in previous author works. The main proposition of this paper is the investigation of robust stability and robust performance of the developed embedded electrohydraulic power steering system with designed controllers. Due to that, here only a short description of controller design is given. The block diagram of design system is depicted in structure. The block named controller represent designed LQG or H-infinity controllers. To provide performance of reference tracking, the LQG controller with integral action is designed. For this aim, the nominal model is extended with discrete time integral of tracking error, where y is the reference of the cylinder piston position, t is equal to 0.01 second is the sample time, e position is the cylinder piston position error, and e integral position is the discrete time integral of cylinder piston position. Taking into account deterministic part of model and equation, the description of extended plant is obtained as equation. The controller formed control signal as u function of k, where kc is the state feedback part of controller and k index I is the integral coefficient of controller. The state estimates are evaluated by Kalman filter. X function of k plus 1, where kf is a gain filter, is obtained by MATLAB function Kalman. The variance of residual in model is used in the Kalman filter design procedure. The LQG controller parameters are obtained by minimization of performance criteria J, where performance matrices are Q, R, and C. Index 3 is a third row of the C matrix. In order to design H-infinity controller, two weighting transfer functions WP and WU are introduced. They are used to specify the performance requirements for closed loop control system. Thus the plan description for design of H-infinity controller is presented. X external, XU and XP are the states corresponding to WP and WU, and Y is the input of H-infinity controller. The controller's parameters are determined by solving the mixed sensitivity optimization problem. The controller design is performed for weighting functions, and the obtained value for gamma is 0.53 that guarantee nominal performance. The state response of nominal closed loop system is presented. The block diagram of closed loop system with a certain model that is used for robust stability and robust performance analysis is presented in figure. The block named K is the transfer matrix of designed LQG or H-infinity controllers. In order to investigate the robust stability, it's convenient to transform the structure schematic of the control system from the next figure to standard M delta structure depicted in figure. In this loop, Y index delta is the output due to the uncertainty, Z is the external output, and U index delta is the input due to uncertainty. In case of robust stability analysis, Z index U is equal to U and ZP is equal to Y reference minus Y position. The block named M is a lower linear fractional transformation of nominal plant G and controller K. It's well known that the system depicted in figure achieved robust stability for all delta if and only if mu is lower than 1, where mu is the structure singular value of closed loop system. The robust performance of control system with the above controllers is investigated for weighting function. In the mu analysis framework, the robust performance test is done with respect in extended uncertain structure. For the design control system, the extended uncertain structure take a form delta index G, where delta is a complex uncertainty with two inputs ZU and ZP and one output Y reference. The system with controller K reach robust performance if and only if mu is lower than 1, where mu is a structure singular value evaluated with respect in the extended uncertainty. The left figure presents robust stability of uncertainty closed loop system with LQG and H-infinity controllers. It seems that the above system are robustly stable and robust stability margins are closed. The systems with LQG and H-infinity controller can tolerate respectively up to 319% and 340% of model uncertainty. The right figure presents robust performance of uncertainty closed loop system with LQG and H-infinity controllers. It seems that the above system achieved robust performance and can tolerate respectively up to 2.83 and 3.23 times larger uncertainty than Model 1. The left figure shows the step responses of the above closed loop system for 50 random values of plant uncertainty are shown. As can be seen, the step responses are close to this of nominal closed loop system that again confirm robust performance of designed system. The transient response of system with LQG have overshoot of approximately 5%, whereas ones of system with H-infinity controller don't have an overshoot. The right figure shows output sensitivity of the closed loop system with LQG and H-infinity controllers. The left figure presents complementary sensitivity of the closed loop system with LQG and H-infinity controllers. The right figure shows sensitivity of control action to noises of the closed loop system with LQG and H-infinity controllers. The bandwidth of LQG system is wider than one of system with H-infinity controller. The control signal sensitivity to noise of the above closed loop systems for 50 random values of plant uncertainty are shown. The LQG controller is more sensitive to noises than H-infinity controller. The Simulink model used for real-time experiment with LQG and H-infinity controllers is shown in figure. The central block in model is MATLAB function block, which supports the communication on the CAN channel between the microcontroller MZ012 and the workstation. The left figure compares the transient responses of steering cylinder piston obtained with different types of controllers, LQG and H-infinity. The reference signal is a step periodic signal in the above direction of cylinder piston. These experiments confirm the observation from simulation that the above controllers share similar performance in terms of settling time and steady state accuracy. The above controllers don't have overshoot, but the LQG has a faster response in the above direction. The right figure shows the comparison of respective control signals with LQG and H-infinity closed loop system presented in figure. As can be seen, the amplitudes of LQG is higher than H-infinity controller during the transient between two cylinder position. In steady state, the H-infinity is less oscillatory than LQG, which can be explained with its lower sensitivity to output disturbances. This figure compares the internal system values, flow rate and spool position, so we can observe that these signals are affected by both controllers and gives possibilities for energy efficiency analysis. In conclusion, the article presents the results of robust stability and the robust performance investigation of embedded system for control of electrohydraulic power steering based on two different advanced control strategies, linear quadratic Gaussian and H-infinity. The above controllers are synthesized through multiplicative model obtained by identification approach. The certainty model of electrohydraulic power steering system is proposed that takes into account effective plant and model dynamics, nonlinearities and measurement noises to the control system performance. The model is used for robust stability and robust performance analysis, which is done in framework of structure singular value of uncertain closed loop system. The obtained results show that the above control system achieve robust stability and robust performance with similar robust stability and performance margins. The designed controllers are implemented by the POC and are synchronized with the real-time Simulink model over high-speed CAN channel. The Simulink model of controller is used for direct code generation and targeting to a particular computational platform of the electrohydraulic power steering test bench. The obtained experimental results present the similar performance of the above closed loop system and confirm the results from simulation analysis of the electrohydraulic power steering control system with the LQG and H-infinity control techniques. Thank you for your attention.
ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tomáš Mandičak and I come from Slovakia, from Technical University of Košice. I would like to present a research topic with title Sustainable Constructions Supported by Ecological Smart Technologies. Co-author of this contribution are Marcela Spišáková, Peter Mesároš. Building performance is often used mainly in economic, environmental and social field in sustainability. On the other hand, sustainable development embraces the three broad themes of environmental, social and economic accountability, often known as the key points of sustainability. Interactions among each other of effective parameters of sustainability, which are a protection of environment, economic progression, and social fair. The assessment of the environmental performance of buildings is mainly focused on parameters: location of building, next it's construction project management and construction project architecture, next one indoor environmental quality and energy efficiency, water and waste management, user comfort, hygiene, and last one, safety. On this slide you can see certification systems. Currently there are several sustainable assessment systems focused on environmental, economic, energetic, social and culture aspects of construction materials and building. We know three main certification schemes which are mostly used in Central Europe. That means first of all it's BREEAM certificate developed in United Kingdom, DG and B certificate developed in Germany, and last one, LEED certificate. It was developed in the United States. National certification system are in Slovakia it is BES, in Czech Republic it's SB2, and in Austria is a Klima Active. On this slide you can see smart technologies in buildings. At the present, the software user interface and computer hardware components are gaining more and more attention. This solution presents an integral part of our life and work. Informatics takes on a new dimension because computers start working in a standalone mode where they can anticipate errors and avoid them, detect, analyze and evaluate them. The user is not involved to problem solutions. These processes, which take place in the background of the software, simplify the user's life. Smart technologies used in building can be divided into technologies for heating control. For example, it is thermostats, heating controls, smart radiator heats, and so on. Next is cooling control. That means, for example, air conditioning control and temperature sensors. Next, it's shading control. That means, for example, blinds and shutters controls. Next, there are smart technologies to ensure security. For example, these IP cameras, video intercoms, alarms, garage doors and gates, door locks, and so on. Next group, smart sensor and detectors. That means motion sensors, door opening sensors, fluid sensors, fire detectors, CO2 sensors, etc. Next group is smart lighting control technology. For example, typical example of this, it's smart bulbs, and the next it's smart technology in electrical installations. For example, or often smart sockets, switching relays and models, consumption meters, and so on. Next, it's smart irrigation technology. And last one, there are smart technologies for multimedia control. For example, IR control devices and so on. The current trend in construction is the implementation of sustainable buildings, which are supported by smart technologies. Aim of the paper or research is to point out the use of ecological smart technologies that affect the sustainability of buildings. The research was carried out on selected sustainable buildings in Europe which received an outstanding rating within the environmental assessment of buildings by significant certification systems. There are some buildings which is object of this research. First of all, or picture 1, it is 20 French Church Street in London, in United Kingdom. Next is 5 Pancras Square, King's Cross, the same in London and in the United Kingdom. On the next slide, as you can see, One Angel Square in Manchester, in United Kingdom. And the second picture, you can see a Bloomberg building in London, in the United Kingdom. Next slide, you can see DH in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. And in the picture number 2, there is Tower B, Spielberg Office Center in Brno, in Czech Republic. Next buildings. First of these is blocks in Czech Republic, and the second building is in Slovakia, in Bratislava. It is Sacramento. And another buildings are the same from Slovakia. That means first of these, it's a twin city in Bratislava, and next is Forum building in Bratislava too. Comparison is of environmentally sustainable and smart building solutions. The research was not only focused on exploring ecological, sustainable building solutions, but primarily on identifying smart solutions that support this aspect of construction. Then the environmentally sustainable and smart solutions of building were compared in the table, and is as you can see in the slide. And all evaluated buildings contain the environmentally sustainable solutions. Their number and innovation was also reflected in the level of BREEAM ratings. First of all, outstanding more than 85%, and excellent between 70 and 85%. And a very good interval between 55 and 70%. The sophisticated solution for the eco-sustainability of buildings is directly proportional to the use smart elements in constructions. The building H in the Netherlands has the most environmentally friendly building in the world, supported by some solutions. First of all, the orientation of the building and the facade are based on the path of the sun. Secondly, smart lighting, which consists of 30,000 sensors to continuously measure occupancy, movement, lighting levels, humidity, and temperature, allowing it to automatically adjust energy use. Next, solar panel, roof which use of the neighborhood level energy sourcing. Next, energy residue, rainwater residue, and last one, thermal energy storage. Conclusion. Sustainability of construction is currently another aspect that affects the planning of construction projects. Architects and designers respect the ecological operation of office buildings as evidenced by the excellent and outstanding results of certification by environmental assessments of buildings. Smart technologies supporting the ecological performance of buildings are able to increase the ecological potential of newly designed buildings. Generally, smart technologies significantly save energy and resources, responsibly approach the protection of the environmental and human health, and significantly increase user comfort. Our research or paper analyzed the use an environmentally sustainable solution and smart solutions which supported the eco-sustainability. This survey shows that the leaders in the field of ecological smart solution are buildings in the United Kingdom and Netherlands. Generally, countries in the west of Europe, United Kingdom, Germany, Netherlands, and so on, are at the top of this ranking. Buildings in the Czech Republic and Slovakia lacking behind this area, and there are some opportunities to increase and build more health and ecological buildings, but today is first level of this, and it's a big opportunity for next period. The article presents partial research result of Project KEGA, M-learning tool for intelligent modeling of site structure parameters in a mixed reality environment, and the same. This work was supported by the Slovak Research and Development Agency under the contract number APVV 170549. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact us on email address, as you can see. Thank you very much again.